The following compilation features unsettling and spine-chilling tales sourced from Reddit's horror communities. Reader discretion is strongly advised. These narratives may contain graphic descriptions, psychological distress, and themes that could unsettle sensitive individuals. Proceed with caution, as immersion into these eerie stories may provoke fear, unease, and sleep disturbances. Enter this realm of Reddit's creepy horror stories at your own risk, as the line between reality and the macabre may blur within these chilling narratives. We're partway through summer, and they haven't returned in a month and a half. They won't answer their texts, and location services are off. Since middle school, we three have been inseparable, and I can't shake this nagging feeling that something terrible has happened. Mike's parents spoke to the police, but his mom was in hysterics and attacked a police officer. According to his father, they haven't been able to find anything. My other friend's parents are out of the country and can't be contacted until they return to the States. It feels like no one is helping, and I have no choice but to try to track them down myself. Grim left his laptop at home, and I have some hacking experience. I broke into the laptop and found a file linked from his phone to the iCloud. It's encrypted for some reason. He was a paranoid fucker. I'm leaving his writings below. Maybe you can read through them and find something to help me with my search. I'm not a very good reader. CL. The tunnels. Across the world, every culture has stories that overlap. First-hand testimonies to the evil of the world that has been slowly drowned with time. Shadow people, Jinn, the Hat Man, and so many other names we've given to the dark and evil omens of the world. They knew something we had forgotten. We may have remnants of these testimonies, such as fear, somewhere in our minds. The primal, blood-curdling feeling of dread and terror, the nightmares and dreams we are plagued with. Maybe they all mean something more. I just finished my first year of college. The wonder and awe of the first year slowly dwindles in my eyes as reality sets in. 3 more years. The same mantra got me through high school, but now I have to pay for my classes. Finals week has come and passed, and all I feel is exhaustion, discouraged and unmotivated. I'm counting the days until the next move, until the showers. I never knew exactly why the story caught my attention, other than the fantastic writing and realistic imagery. There was something else about it, something familiar. Soon after, I must have read it hundreds of times. Something always drew me back to it. Nothing looked good to watch, nothing good to read, nothing good to eat. Just a charming little story of Hastings, Nebraska. It took over my every waking thought. The cult, the story. Could it be true? For anyone who doesn't know, let me catch you up to speed. In the early 80s, the world was very different, and that was especially true for rural America. We experienced the largest farming crisis since the Great Depression. God's ire was felt through barren fields and famine. Debts were high, and so was the dread in the air. With every underwhelming yield, the tidal wave of despair grew ever more ravenous. An estimated 300,000 family farmers defaulted on loans, and 250,000 went out of business. Amongst the once vibrant, blessed, and healthy fields walked a 34-year-old with a Bible and a joint. Michael Wayne Ryan was a truck driver with a wife and children, but throughout his life, he never found anything meaningful. Soon, he hurt himself and could no longer work, so he took to marijuana and spiritualism. Unfortunately, he found himself in the Christian identity movement, a belief steeped in anti-Semitism and racism. They prayed to Yahweh and kept kosher like his chosen people, and that's all they could talk about. How they were the chosen ones. Michael went as far as to say the spirit of the archangel Michael possessed him. In his mind, his righteous war against the serpent seed had just begun. They began prepping for the worst, burglarizing houses to support themselves, and amassing as many weapons as possible. James Thim, one of Ryan's old friends, invited him to stay on his pig farm, and this was the base of operations. Ryan's madness continued as he claimed to be king, and after taking multiple wives, Doubts rose in the cult. 2 cult members were demoted to enslaved people, chained and shackled to the porch, and made to copulate with an innocent goat and sodomize each other as divine punishment. One of those members was Rick Stice, the father of 5-year-old Luke Stice, whose torture and suffering cannot and will not be forgotten. I pray for young Luke's soul. The only pure and innocent hope was snuffed unapologetically, and the mask of sanity removed. His paranoia overcame him as the father of Luke fled the compound. He escaped, which would only go on to fuel Michael's wrath. The other slave, James Thim, was accused of poisoning a turkey eaten at a communal meal. He was taken to the pig pens he used to use before becoming kosher, and here he would endure one of the worst deaths I've ever heard of. Ryan and 4 other members, including Ryan's own 16-year-old, were told to sodomize James with various tools, whip him 15 times each, 75 times, and shoot off his fingertips on his left hand. Ryan wanted the worst for himself, so he broke his arm and removed his pound of flesh with a razor blade and pliers. Then he had his son and another member break his legs before Ryan stomped in James's chest and ribs before finally granting him the grace of death. He commanded one of the members to shoot him in the head, and just like those before him, he was buried in an unmarked grave. Soon after they were caught stealing and arrested, Ryan was given the death sentence and believed himself to be in the grace of God till the very end. I sit behind my desk, the LED screen flickering off my eyelids as they drift open and close. The last of my candle slowly flickers out, turning into a trail of smoke. The lingering notes of the previous audio episode of my favorite story fading into the background as the abyss takes me. Have you ever been to Broken Bow, Nebraska? I find my mind drifting, slowly escaping me and traveling north. Cornfields, nothing but cornfields for miles and miles. No matter how far or how fast you travel, you can't escape the cornfields. Cottages and farms pass underneath as my consciousness is dragged along the highway. The actual size and scope of the Corn Belt can't be understated. Sometimes, when driving through America, there are moments when you are driving through nothing but corn for hours on end. You could drive for 10 hours in one direction and still see nothing but corn. It's hopeless, inescapable. In there, we're a drop of water in the ocean. In there, we are just another part of the food chain. Down a dirt road, my consciousness blew up dust. Across more corn, and then wheat, refurbished and freshly painted. A lone shack stood beside the road, an ominous omen compared to the waste around. I put my hands in my pockets and began to walk. To my left, an apple orchard, wide and long, with every glance. It became more and more inviting. The trees were littered with all the colors of apples you could imagine, from green to red to gold. It was beautiful and alien, a sore thumb in rural Nebraska. Red and pink apple blossoms waved in the breeze with temptation in the air. It smelled sweet. To my right, the simple and mundane wheat above the field. The gold noble stalks rose and fell in waves with the wind. I continued a mile down the road, and I started to feel cold. I could see the sun glinting off the golden fields, but couldn't feel the warmth. Clouds clutter the sky behind it, and all vegetation seems to diminish in the lifeless atmosphere of the silo. A clean, modernized shack lay next to it, almost an afterthought. The lights remain on inside, and a tiny raindrop hits me. It's stinging my face with the cold. As I began to feel the hopelessness wash over me, I felt my consciousness being retaken, up and up to the top of the silo. It was a faded red with a stainless steel cap, and the wheel lever turned clockwise. It opened slowly, creaking loudly. The smell hits me, an acidic, rotten, iron-pungent smell hits my nose and commands me to vomit. But I don't give in. I can see clearly, but the light that filters in reveals a pool of gore. Pieces of worm-like meat lay on the floor amongst thick, dark blood, with a light red film on top. Bones and teeth are scattered amongst the other unidentifiable body parts. I lean in. On the far end of the silo, away from the light filtering through the hatch, I could see something moving. A glinting metal contraption slowly grinding. Low rumbling noises can be heard through the silo, as well as an electrical humming. the kind that could drive you insane, piercing your ears. As the sound of the creaking hatch settles and my eyes start to adjust, my first impressions are over. An elongated pale arm connected to a massive bony body with pale white flesh drags something toward the metal contraption. Quiet sobs like those of a child can be heard, and as the creature lifts its bounty, it's a child, I think. Its face is malformed, and in between its lifeless pale blue beady eyes was a pig's nose. Its torso was separated from its waist, its guts and intestines dripping and swaying as it was being carried. Its lifeless eyes gazed out at the light offered by the hatch, almost mesmerized. I stare silently, unable to take my eyes off it, equally horrified, disgusted, and intrigued as to what would happen next. The lumbering pale creature lifts the child with one arm, dangling it over the contraption. Below him, the machine hummed. As my eyes adjust, I can see steel spinning cog-like wheels below him, hungry and eager. I stare at the child, unable to scream, unable to yell, just a tortured observer behind my own eyes. I will myself to look away with all my might, but my eyes set on the pitiful sight of the deformed child. Instead, something else happens. The gaze of the child shifts from the gore bathed in light to match mine. As I stare at him, he stares back, and a look of wrath and fear takes over his face as he begins to squeal and scream. The sound is unique and terrible. It still haunts me, a sound only a true abomination could make. The creature holding it looks up, its lightless black eyes reflecting my own. As it begins this guttural screech, neither broke eye contact. The baying of an injured dog echoes. It whines and screams, growing louder, mixing with the horrid screaming and squealing of the child. As the horrid cries continue, the other voices rise as if they echoed through a vent. The slow build-up of countless screams of children and the dreadful sound makes my ears bleed. I can feel my body go limp as I plummet forward into the gore below. The screaming grows louder and more desperate, and the smell grows even more foul. I wake up retching. The putrid vomit hits my throat and burns. I can't help it. I look around frantically. Something in my mind tells me I'm being watched. I stumble toward the bathroom and slip, smashing my head against the wall. I lay in my misery for a minute and slowly rose to my feet. Hastings. It began taking up more and more space in my mind as the weeks went on. Ever since the video, ever since the story, ever since I was 8 years old, I would wake up screaming and crying from night terrors. The room was cold and silent as my adolescent self sobbed out of fear. My ears were still ringing from the shotgun that had killed my parents. In my dream, of course, these nightmares became weekly, and I felt as if my mind had turned against me. Every culture worldwide has stories of the terrors of the night, the monsters hiding just behind the curtain of light, the monsters that lurk inside us, the truth of our violent and carnal nature. I have never trusted my dreams, nor believed they meant anything, but something about this morning isn't right. Last week, I finished my final exams for college, and summer has just begun. I moved away from my family home in California to be with my girlfriend, Maya. We just had our first anniversary, and ever since I moved, I've been doing well, not just in school, but also in making healthier habits and finding myself. Now, my desk was littered with food bags and empty drink containers. A sweet lavender scent from the candle I burned last night hung in the air. Ever since I started researching this story, it's been like this. I found a fragment of truth in the showers, and the Yahweh cult has haunted my thoughts and even more my nightmares. I have been telling my best friends, Michael and Maya, about it non-stop for 2 weeks, and they both have told me we should all go on a road trip there. My stomach feels like it's about to burst. I can't tell if it's my nerves or just because I haven't had anything but 2 cups of coffee and a Red Bull in the past 14 hours. My girlfriend sleeps peacefully beside me, and the loud snoring from the back is low and deep, like a slumbering giant. We started in Southern California, picked up Mike, and headed north. I stopped to sleep 6 or 8 hours after starting, but even then, I could only sleep an hour or 2. I could smell the corn, see the mesmerizing golden waves of wheat, feel the humid, sickly heat, and taste the blood. Since then, I haven't gotten a wink. I have to discover the falsity of my fear, and then maybe my thoughts will be my own again. Baby! Can we go to the bathroom? Maya crawls out from her slumber beside me, her face as adorable as ever. Of course. Love. There's an exit in half a mile. Be quick, I replied, slightly thankful for the opportunity to get another energy drink. We got off in between the major cities on some back road. There was an old gas station and a shack amongst the green farmland advertising raspberry smoothies. If you've been around farmland, you know that sometimes the producers set up a shack and sell goods directly from the producers. I parked at the gas station, and as Maya rushed out of the car door, I walked down to the storefront. They seemed overly lovely people. Maybe it's the charm of the Midwest. But they asked me about my day and where I was going, and I realize I don't have the specifics to any of the questions. The red brackish sludge in the paper cup smelt fantastic. It was smooth and creamy and had the right amount of sweetness. As I looked down into the cup, the red gloop sloshed, the chunky texture hugging the cup. Nausea creeps to the back of my throat. I ran into the side of the gas station, sprinting for the bathroom entrance, barely holding onto my stomach. I shoved past a man on his way out and threw up into the trash can in the next chamber. I could smell the stench of the truck stop bathroom, which didn't help the nausea. A headache as the nauseating stench makes me retch violently. All I could think of was the viscera-covered floor of the silo, the creature, the child's eyes. I shook the thought, my head throbbing with pain as the room spun. I looked in the mirror, and instead of puke running down my mouth, it was stained with blood. It drips down my neck, warm and putrid. I glance up. The nose of a pig. I blink it away, grab the paper towels, and wipe myself down. Tears gather, and I sob lightly. I don't want to keep going, I say to my girlfriend when I return to the car. Mike was passed out, and with me vomiting and having a headache, I just felt like turning around and heading home. My girlfriend had other plans to see this through for us. For me, she took over driving for the next length of the journey, and I passed out in the passenger seat soon after. Wake up, baby, her sweet voice called to me from the blackness of my unconscious, like the graces of God washed upon me. Her warmth and the sweet smell of vanilla and cinnamon hit me when she embraced me. I don't deserve her. I'm up. Darling, did we make it to the hotel? Yes. Baby, let's get going before it starts raining. I opened my eyes as she let go of our embrace. The horizon line was empty and flat in all directions, and the underlying beauty of the sunset peeking out from a cascade of clouds filled my eyes. A storm was coming. There is beauty in the dangers of life, the ocean, space, and caves. The less we know and the more infinite something is, the more beautiful it becomes. This sunset was no exception. The light was fading fast, hiding behind the earth, and I could feel the biting cold of the drizzling rain above. Utah. Maya heads to sleep while Mike and I are wide awake. I saw him unpacking his clothes and taking out his gardening bag. Are you going for a smoke? I shot him a knowing glance while grinning. Yeah, you comin'. He held up his bounty. A small hand-rolled joint, pure white. Of course. We made our way to the lobby to look around. We stepped through the lobby. It was dead quiet, with no one around. We stepped out under an overhang for cars to unload luggage and lit up. Mike took a long drag and blew a cloud of white smoke before looking my way with a raised eyebrow. So, first day in, how are you holding up? Mr. Dreamer. He looked at me, amused with himself. Well, I'm alive, aren't I? I chuckled and held out my hand for him to pass it. He reached over. No, thanks to that raspberry smoothie. What was there rabbit piss in it? He jeered at me. He was met with a swift retort of smoke in his face. Yeah, except you would have begged me for a taste if that was the case. You freak. I chuckled, coughing. It would remind you of that one ex. I teased him before passing. You're one to talk. You kiss the ground, Maya walks on. Well, At least she doesn't make me drink the special juice. I gave him a side eye before slapping his shoulder. Cheer up. It's not that bad. She could always have pegged you. Oh, that's gross. Dude, it wasn't like that anyway. Tinder has been pretty dry, though. Don't worry. Bro, you'll find a match. The closer to Arkansas, the higher your chances. I laughed. And he did, too, as the embers fell to the wet pavement. The sounds of the rainstorm enveloped everything around us, and rest came to us in the late hours of the night. I can hear the AC running. An obnoxious low hum fills the room as the radiator leaks cold air with a hiss. I can't feel Maya next to me. She must be in the bathroom or something. I slowly open my eyes, groggy and exhausted. The blank, plain ceiling was only disrupted by the shadow of the spinning fan. It is ominous, spinning and spinning, uncaring and unfeeling. I could feel a skittering up my thigh, slowly making its way under the covers and up my arm. I can't move. I could feel my heart beating faster and faster. I tried to get up, but my body wouldn't let me. I want to scream. I want to take this thing off of me and kill it. But my body won't let me. My neck muscles won't listen, and my mouth isn't there. The bug continued uncaring, crawling up my arm and shoulder, approaching my neck, and crawling on the sensitive skin. I want to throw up. It crawls toward my ear, and I feel 3 more skitters across my body, my left leg, right foot, and right hand. The one near my face continued up toward my ear, not stopping. I could feel them all, the horrible legs, their vile forms defiling me in my conscious prison. I'm going to be sick. More and more began crawling up me. 4, 12, no 30. More. They begin encasing me, and cockroaches run across me head to toe, biting at my flesh with millions of sharp pinches in broken harmony. The one burrows deeper into my ear, deeper and deeper. It was the single most painful thing I had ever had to endure. I could feel the wall of my ear being chewed away, the legion swarming my body and consuming me. It made its way to where it was warmest, most wet, my brain. I woke up gasping for air. "Baby!" Maya called up to me as sweet as a kitten, cold sweat dripping down my back and face. Yeah, I'm right here. Love, it's okay. I sighed exhaustedly, my heart racing and my head aching worse than ever before. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I got up and lumbered through the foreign darkness to the bathroom door. I stepped in, closed the door, and turned on the light. What the actual fuck? My eyes had dark circles more pronounced than yesterday, and I looked paler than usual. Those drugs can't have been good for me. I splashed my face with cold water and let it drip down my chest as I Saturday on the toilet, trying to collect my thoughts and calm down. Another 8-hour drive today. I was still groggy from my jarring morning, but I still pressed on. The road disappeared beneath me, time losing meaning as it does in the usual road trip fashion. We were going from Salt Lake to Denver. The early morning air was thick with fog. We planned on getting there a little early, so we could enjoy the city a little. Then it was just one more day till we arrived at our destination. The nervousness was thick in my stomach, and I was equally horrified and ecstatic to get this over with finally. The conspiracies and theories have consumed me for the past few months. I just couldn't understand why nobody was talking about it. I had gone over the history of Broken Bow repeatedly, rereading the stories until the words lost all meaning. It was ingrained in me now. Every letter of every report, every little detail swept under the rug. No one cared. At least that's what it seemed like if the depravity and demonic nature of the place was really true. It has to burn. Road signs flew past us. It's a straight shot to Denver. The same highway for 8 hours can get boring, so my mind drifted. Thunk. What the fuck was that? My girlfriend rose from her previously peaceful sleep like she was awake the whole time. I don't know. Hold on. I pulled to the side of the road, slowing down quickly as she jumped out to see what it was. Her shoes hit the ground, and I heard a high-pitched gasp. Babby. It was a bunny. I could hear the tears in her voice. She was always so empathetic. That's one thing I love about her. She loves all life. so much so that she wants to be an environmental science major. I walked the perimeter of the car, seeing the blood on my wheel and the mess in the road. I'm sorry. Love. It came out of nowhere. We should keep going, though, to make good time. She gasped again in defiance. No, we have to bury it. Why are you in such a rush? You haven't stopped to go shopping with me or scenic stops. The least you can do is help this bunny you killed for the sake of making good time. I took a deep breath, heavily laced with aggravation, and walked to the trunk. There were piles of bags and suitcases for the trip. Under it was an old metal baseball bat and a shovel. I scraped the reminisce off the side of the road as best I could. The smell wasn't great, and flies were already starting to gather. I dug a shallow hole and flattened the mound of dirt. Maya stuck a nearby pretty rock and some wildflowers she took quite a while to find while I was scraping. She closed her eyes for a moment, losing herself in her mind, wishing the animal well. She opened her eyes, and I held her gently. I'm sorry. Baby, I love you. I'll be more careful. I promise. She nodded. Maybe it was the sluggishness of the hangover, or perhaps the guilt from hitting the rabbit. But as nausea climbs up my throat, I quickly pulled away from her and puked. Oh my God. Baby. I lurched over, and I could feel another presence. Something malevolent. Something basking in my suffering. Out of the corner of my eye, I could swear I saw a man, inches away from my face, smiling at me, unmoving but breathing hard. Such a gleeful smile, like a little kid. Watching closely as I emptied my stomach, both sick and terrified. I'm okay. I just am a bit nauseous. I practically crawled back in the car, the comfort of sitting the only thing to calm my stomach, and Maya gave me some water. The rest of the trip was mundane. Mike lit a cigarette. He opened the window, and the sweet tobacco wafted through the air. It was so beautiful out here. The mountains, the grass, and even the sun felt different, warmer, more welcoming. After you sleep on a couch in Las Vegas for 6 months, everything just seems a little brighter. A gentle, rhythmic buzz comes from that back seat, and Michael groans as he takes his phone out of his pocket. Hi, Mom. Yeah, everything's good. It'll take just a few more hours till we're there. Yeah. Love you too. He quickly hung up and took a drag of his cigarette. Well, that fills today's quota. His mom has been calling 3 times a day since we left, but she's always been a little off the rocker when it comes to him. My parents live in Southern California. Life was excellent there, and my high school experience was nothing special. I was raised Jewish. My father and his parents were, so naturally, I would be at the temple every Sunday, up until my bar mitzvah. That is, it was fun, but nothing special. I was too young to glean wisdom in tradition and history. I came to appreciate it later after reading about other religions and history later in my life. My beliefs as a kid comforted me when it felt like there was nothing else. I never quite got along with my mom. My brothers and father were fine, but she was always the one I clashed heads with for various reasons. Mike was the only reason I was able to get by as a kid. I hated home, and his place was my second one. After that, Maya brought me meaning. I hated people and most of the things in life until I learned how to love the beauty and futility of our struggle as people, always trying to be better and do better. Maya always tries her hardest whenever she chooses something. She puts her heart and soul into it, and when she fails, it hurts and is hard, but if she loves it, she always perseveres. She's constantly learning new things and skills, spending time outside, and listening to music. She loves life and the world. I admire that. I never had the same passion for life. I don't like people, and I have anxiety, but I love to create and care for the things around me. That must be what she sees in me. I'm so thankful for her. I'd do anything for her. I'm grateful for Mike, too. He's always there when I'm in need, at least when his mother lets him. I'm glad they're with me. Sunset slowly crept up, a grand show of colorful colors on the horizon. We made several bathroom and food stops, but finally, here we are. While we were coming into town, there was a sleepy ghost town vibe. It's a tiny town, the kind where they knew if you weren't from around there. There were a lot of eyes, and people kept staring at us. The town was likely a popular truck stop. Gas stations and food establishments crowded the main street, but the people were warmer than I expected. Some kept their heads down while others stared. Maybe it was the California plates or the sunburst orange car. I wouldn't say I liked it. Maya found a cute restaurant to get some food in before we went to the hotel, and we found parking on a side street. It was called the Bonfire, and it had a wooden sign with a bit of a bonfire design. It had a small town charm that little holes in the walls often had. It was a local place, and a lovely old lady sat by us and handed out the menus. There were 7 items, and all of them came with fries. Maya got a burger, Mike got the strip steak, and I got a garden salad. Food came quickly, and the water was with them. The waitress put them down and said, "If y'all need anything else, I'll be right over there." "Okay." She pointed to an empty booth across the floor. We said yes and thanked her. We finished quickly, and I put down $40, thanked the waitress, and headed out the door. We are staying in the Copstone Hotel, which is adorable and comfortable. The fireplace in the lobby is lit and warm, like a beacon in the cold, damp summer air. We could feel the humidity shifting, but haven't thought about it as much as we do now. The air was thick and sticky. Sweat was beading off of us. The decor was homey, wooden chairs, leather couches, and all ranch-style furniture. The lady behind the front desk was in her late 20s, and she spoke as I approached her. "Hello, sir. What is the name for the check-in?" "Grim." "Ah, here you are. Your room number is 23. Enjoy your stay." She smiled, and I took the key. "Thank you. Come on, baby." She was half unconscious as she held my arm. Food always makes her tired. I laid Maya to bed and went to the bathroom with my laptop to start reading the local news. The screen glows in the dim bathroom. The only light was an old, warm-toned light bulb that buzzed gently. Local Walmart shot up in robbery. Bed and breakfast 60th anniversary. "You're going to die here." As I scroll past, my vision goes blurry. A familiar headache creeps in. I close my eyes and recoil as pain shoots through my head. "Jesus Christ," I mumble as I refocus on the screen. Runaway cattle topple cars. I close the tab and open YouTube. "We've been waiting for you. Piggy." I heard a cold whisper low and gravely, like a beast speaking our language. Its breath is freezing on my neck, and I swear I feel its nose touching me. I screamed. I jumped and bumped my head on the towel rack above the toilet, my laptop clattering to the ground as the lights went out. "Baby." I could hear my girlfriend calling, but something was off. The light from the laptop showed up and onto the mirror from the floor. "Baby." The high pitches of her voice broke, and I could hear an unnatural resonation. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It was as if it were in my head. "Baby." Her voice broke as the entity's growls broke through under its mockery of her. It got closer and louder. I looked at the shower curtain lit up from the light in the mirror, and a bloody pig's head sat above the curtains, mouth agape. I woke up on the toilet, laptop on my lap, and my neck aching. "Babby, I have to pee." "One sec." "Lovely." I quickly stand up, get myself sorted, and leave. "You were in there forever." She looked irritated and grumpy, as she always was after she woke up. I rubbed the back of my head. It ached. "Sorry." "Baby." I fell asleep. My neck hurt, and I kissed her on the forehead on my way out. I went and laid down on the bed and was out soon after. The bottomless abyss welcomed me once again to the infinite darkness. Sleep, the dull cool of the inky black around me. I turned around, and a deer was chewing something on the ground 50 feet away from me. "Hello," I say. It stared into my eyes expectantly. "Hello," I say louder. It paced back and forth, its elegant tan form bright against the inky darkness. I focused in my mind on my response, forming my lips carefully. "Hello, how are you?" I say, and it stops, and its gaze locks with mine. "Oh, I am wonderful. It has been so long since I've had visitors. How are you, child?" It slowly stands up and morphs into a form comparable to a human form. Although the head of a deer remains, the arms, legs, and body contort. I'm good. It's been a few days on the road, so my rest is welcome. I respond. I try to bend my mind around, turning the inky blackness into a warm field. The figure Saturday in a leather seat across from me. This is a nice place. My child, tell me, what do you want by coming here? He drank from a gold goblet, his pupils black, the stag jaws taking in greedy gulps. I need to see it. I need to know that it's not real. I need the dreams to stop. I need true sleep. My true feelings flowed out of my mouth without me thinking. I wanted out, but something was holding me in place. Good, good, my child. You will see soon. Have patience. The invitation must be accepted. He put the goblet down and stared at me with empty animal eyes. Can we come in? His stag face grew into a cartoon smile. His lips peel against his face. It is synthetic, like a wax figure pulled with a string, forced into an antagonizing grin. Fear fills me, pouring into my stomach and creating a heavy pit in my stomach. I want out. I force my gaze downward, and a field appears below me. The distant sun is showering golden light so bright that it makes the cornfields glow. As I stared into the light, my surroundings dulled, my dream blurred, and a ladder was extended from the light. I put my hand on it. Maya's face stared back at me, her eyes unopened, and my body was uncomfortably sweaty. I Saturday up, trying to control my breathing. I'm so tired of these dreams. My doctor said the pills would help, but they make me feel fuzzy and blurry. It doesn't stop the visions, the painfully sleepless nights. My mind just won't quit. I got up and made my way to the bathroom. I shampooed and cleaned, exited the bathroom, and heard Maya's sleepy voice. Baby, Maya's sleepy voice greets me. Good morning. It's time to get up. The free breakfast ends at 9, I said, and she practically squealed with excitement and started to get ready. I'll meet you downstairs. Baby, I'm going to get Mike. Okay. I headed across the hall and knocked 3 times. The door squeaked open to a dressed but disheveled Michael. Hello there. I greeted him. Good morning, sir. Would you like to go for a dubious smoke? He is entertained. The best mood Michael could be in. Of course. Lead the way. He walked out of his room, and we quickly marched to the car and lit up. I haven't been able to sleep for shit. Bro, I'm so tired. I say admittedly. Bet you're glad we're not doing a huge drive today. Though, fair. I hope it is all going to be over soon. I took a long drag and passed it to him. What are you talking about? He grabbed it from me. I've been having vivid dreams again, and debunking this should help, I think. I hope. I opened the door and started back inside since Maya would be there soon. We met in the lobby. I saw her eating waffles with a plate piled high. She made me smile just by being with her. Mike came and got his food. Sausage and eggs. I got coffee and began planning the day's journey. I Saturday down with my laptop and started researching, checking every resource I had to find the pig farm's address. I only saw a little, but it was a road name, Obsidian Drive. I found it on Google Maps and closed the laptop. Mike finished his food, and Maya was halfway to a food coma, leaving a 1/4 of the original waffle size. All right, let's go. I got up and threw away my empty coffee cup. Mike and Maya followed after me, and I made my way to the car. I got in and set up my maps. It's just a matter of time now. My brain ached from last night, but I didn't care. I needed to be free of this burden. The drive started with the repetitive miles upon miles of cornfield. We turned down Alabaster Drive, the road never ending. We had been driving on this road for about 4 hours now, but no sign of significance. Baby, I think we've seen this already. Are we driving in a circle? Maya groaned. Exhausted and a little annoyed, I looked out the window and there was a little red shack. Though, that did look somewhat familiar. I don't think so. Love, everything just looks the same out here. I chimed back. All this corn and still world hunger. That's crazy, Mikkel says as he emptily gazes out the window. I laughed and shook my head. We can't even feed corn to hungry people. We don't digest it fully. Maya looked over with a thinking face. Well, that's ironic. I smiled to myself as I responded. It's American. We pick the most unhealthy fruit we possibly can and make it an industry. Vitamins, nutrients, minerals, and we choose to consume corn syrup. Truly, it's gross. I thought about all the different candies, sodas, and other confections we make with corn syrup. Mike took a hit of his vape. Only here could we grow diabetes. I laughed, and my attention shifted. I could feel the world slow down around me. An elk stood in the middle of the road, inevitable and built like a house. I slammed on my brakes and swerved to the right, nearly sending us into the cornfield, but stopping just short as my panicked breathing started up. Maya and Mike shrieked as we stopped just short. What the fuck, babe? Maya socked me in the shoulder with a dull thud. Ow, damn it. There was something in the road. I looked back, expecting to see the elk, but all I saw was the calm breeze blowing the corn to and fro. I didn't see anything. Be more careful next time. She looked at me with confusion mixed with anger. Sorry, baby. We're almost there. Promise. I started driving again, getting back on the road. The sun was hot, beating down on us a little after midday. The more I went, the more the road narrowed somewhat. Maya fell asleep, and there were no other cars on the road, so I wasn't worried. It was about 4 p.m., and the road just kept getting more narrow. The corn hugging the sides of the road groped the car as we drove in, the leaves encasing us as we went deeper. Jesus, dude, this road is fucked, Mike said, observing the landscape as I swerved potholes. If you weren't careful, you could easily drift into the corn. I saw golden wheat fields, to either the left or right. Beautiful, waving golden wheat, and just from a mile down the road, I could see a house with a silo. It looked different, no orchard from my dream, just a green silo and a red pristine house. I didn't recognize it, but it felt so similar. I had to see inside. I drove off the side of the road near it, turning off my lights and putting it in neutral as I approached, trying to be quiet just in case. Maya was still asleep, and I was unwilling to endure the wrath of waking her after such a long ride. Mike and I went ahead. He lit a joint as we walked up. Why the fuck are we here again? He raised his eyebrow in my direction. I chuckled. Just wait, bro. I heard there were local country girls in your area right behind that door. I pointed at the newly painted green door. Seriously though, according to legend, these pristine barn houses are set up all around with no real explanation, all unlocked and modern, completely vacant. So, no girls then. Damn, that's fucking creepy. Though, I wonder what they're used for. He took a long inhale before putting it out on the golden knocker of the front door. The barn house was freshly painted red, and the porch was empty. The underside of the roof was green, and it hung over the porch slightly. We could see a window on the house and looked in at blank walls and well-lit rooms. There was no sign of life, but the inside looked clean and cold. Looks empty. Mike, what's the move? I thought this was your plan. Genius. Probably this. He opened the door with no caution, cockily smiling as he did so. Empty, just like you said. He went in, and I followed. It was strange. It was an ideally kept house with no furniture, no art, and no signs of life at all. It was all dull white grey, except for a green door with a golden knocker and a gold door handle, just like the front door. It was all freshly painted and smelled stale and stagnant, even though there was an unnaturally cold draft coming from within. Mike got goosebumps all up and down his right arm, and I shivered as we went in. It must have been below 40 degrees. I talked to Mike in a low whisper. Strange. It's empty but seems new. Yeah, but just one door is creepy. Put on a couch or something. I looked around more. There was just a big living room and one door. No stairs, even though the house looked taller, with no bathroom and no kitchen. God, I'm stressed. Michael says. I nod, slowly turning the knob. My stomach is rolling and folding in on itself at the implications of this. It started about a month ago. I woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty as hell. As I stumbled to the kitchen for a glass of water, I noticed a sliver of light coming from Ethan's room. The door was cracked open, and I could see his small silhouette framed against the window. Ethan, I called softly, pushing the door open. What are you doing up, buddy? He didn't turn around. He just stood there, staring out into the darkness. Ethan, I tried again, a little louder this time. Finally, he looked at me, his eyes wide and unfocused. Daddy, it's time, he said, his voice flat and emotionless. A shiver ran down my spine. Time for what, bud? But he didn't answer. Instead, he climbed back into bed and pulled the covers up to his chin. Within seconds, he was fast asleep. I checked my phone. 2:12 a.m. Weird. But kids do strange things sometimes. Right. I tucked Ethan in and went back to bed, chalking it up to a random night terror or sleepwalking episode. The next night, I woke up again around 2 a.m. Call it parental instinct or just paranoia, but something made me check on Ethan. Sure enough, there he was at the window again. I checked my phone, 2:12 a.m. on the dot. This time, I didn't say anything. I just watched him from the doorway. He stood there, perfectly still, for exactly 5 minutes. Then, just as I was about to intervene, a sound pierced the silence that made my skin crawl. Knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp raps on our front door. Ethan didn't react. He just climbed back into bed like nothing had happened. With my heart pounding in my chest, I crept downstairs and peered through the peephole. The porch light illuminated an empty stoop. No one was there. I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence, maybe some drunk teenager playing a prank, but a nagging feeling in my gut told me something wasn't right. For the next week, the same thing happened every single night. Ethan at the window at 2:12 a.m., knocking at 2:17 a.m., no one at the door. I tried talking to Ethan about it during the day, but he had no memory of getting up at night. He just looked at me with those big, innocent eyes and asked if we could have pancakes for breakfast. I was starting to lose it. I wasn't sleeping. I couldn't focus at work. Every night, I'd sit on the stairs, watching Ethan's door, waiting for 2:12 a.m. with a mixture of dread and morbid curiosity. One night, about 10 days in, I decided to do something different. At 2:10 a.m., I quietly entered Ethan's room and stood next to his bed. As the clock ticked over to 2:12, his eyes snapped open. He Saturday up, but when he saw me, he frowned. Daddy, he whispered, you shouldn't be here. Why not, buddy? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. Because, he said, his eyes darting to the window, she's waiting. My mouth went dry. Who's waiting? Ethan. But before he could answer, the knocking started. Only this time, it wasn't coming from the front door. It was coming from the other side of Ethan's bedroom window. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking stopped as suddenly as it had started. In the eerie silence that followed, I could hear my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. Ethan, I whispered, my voice trembling. Get away from the window. Now. But my son didn't move. His eyes were fixed on something outside, something I couldn't see. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his small hand and pressed it against the glass. That's when I saw it. A hand on the other side of the window, mirroring Ethan's. Long, skeletal fingers with blackened nails. The skin was pale and waxy, like that of a corpse left too long in water. Jesus Christ, I yelled, lunging forward to grab Ethan. But as soon as my fingers touched his shoulder, he let out an ear-piercing scream that made me stagger backward. The hand outside the window vanished, and Ethan collapsed onto the floor, his body convulsing violently. I scooped him up, my mind reeling with panic. As I turned to rush him out of the room, my eyes caught something that made me freeze in my tracks. There, scratched into the window glass, were 5 words I ming for him: John. A wave of dread washed over me. How the hell did it know my name? I ran downstairs with Ethan in my arms, fumbling for my phone to call 911, but as soon as I hit the bottom step, every light in the house flickered and died. In the pitch darkness, I heard something that sent chills down my spine. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The sound of nails dragging across wood, coming from every direction at once. "Daddy," Ethan whimpered, his small body trembling against mine. "She's inside now." I sprinted for the front door, my free hand outstretched in the darkness, but when I grabbed the doorknob, it was ice cold and slick with something wet. I yanked my hand back, feeling warm liquid dripping down my wrist. The coppery smell of blood filled my nostrils. "You can't leave, John," a voice whispered, so close I could feel fetid breath on my neck. It sounded like Marie, but wrong, like her voice was being forced through a throat full of gravel. "We're a family again." "You're not Marie," I choked out, backing away. "My wife is dead." A chilling laugh echoed through the house. "Dead? Oh, John, I'm so much more than dead." Suddenly, the lights flickered back on. I blinked, momentarily blinded. When my vision cleared, I saw her. Marie stood at the foot of the stairs, but it wasn't the Marie I remembered. Her skin was grey and bloated, her eyes sunken and filled with a sickly yellow light. Her once beautiful hair hung in wet, rotting clumps around her face. She wore the same dress we buried her in, now stained with dirt and God knows what else. "Marie," I breathed, unable to believe what I was seeing. Her mouth stretched into an impossibly wide grin, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "I've come to take our son home. John, it's time for Ethan to join me." Ethan squirmed in my arms, reaching out towards the thing that looked like his mother. "Mommy," he called, his voice a mixture of fear and longing. The creature's eyes locked onto Ethan, and she took a step forward. The floorboards creaked and squelched under her bare, mud-caked feet. "No," I shouted, clutching Ethan tighter. "You're not taking him." I turned and ran for the kitchen, my mind racing. Salt. I needed salt. Wasn't that supposed to work against spirits or something? As I fumbled through the cabinets, I could hear Marie's wet footsteps getting closer. The air grew cold, and the putrid stench of decay filled the room. "Oh, John," her voice sing-songed from just outside the kitchen. "You can't protect him forever. Ethan belongs with me now." I finally found the salt and turned around, ready to throw it, but what I saw made the container slip from my numb fingers. Marie stood in the doorway, but her body was wrong. Her limbs were elongated, joints bent at impossible angles. Her head lolled to one side, neck stretched and distorted, and behind her, writhing in the shadows, were dozens of arms, reaching, grasping. Ethan screamed. In that moment, as I stared into the abyss of that horrifying scene, I knew our lives would never be the same. Whatever was wearing Marie's face, whatever had been coming for my son night after night, it wasn't going to stop, and I had no idea how to fight it. The thing that wasn't Marie lurched forward, its grotesque limbs scrabbling across the kitchen floor. I backed away, clutching Ethan to my chest, my mind blank with terror. My back hit the kitchen counter, and I realized we were trapped. "Please," I begged, though I knew reasoning with this creature was futile. "Please, just leave us alone." The thing cocked its head at an unnatural angle, Marie's once beautiful features twisting into a mockery of confusion. "Leave you alone? But John, we're family, and family should be together, forever." One of its many arms shot out, impossibly fast. Grabbing my ankle, I yelped as icy fingers dug into my flesh, the chill spreading up my leg like poison. Ethan whimpered in my arms, his small body shaking uncontrollably. In that moment of pure desperation, something inside me snapped. A surge of protective rage coursed through my veins, burning away the paralyzing fear. I wouldn't let this thing take my son. I couldn't. With a roar, I kicked out at the creature's face. My foot connected with a sickening squelch, and it reeled back. Momentarily stunned, I seized the opportunity, charging past it towards the basement door. If we couldn't leave the house, maybe we could find a way to trap it. I slammed the basement door behind us and fumbled for the light switch. The dim bulb flickered to life, casting long shadows across the cluttered space. Ethan clung to me, his face buried in my shoulder. "Daddy," he whispered, "I'm scared." "I know, buddy," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "But we're gonna be okay, I promise." That's when I saw it. In the corner of the basement, partially hidden behind some old boxes, was a door I'd never noticed before. It looked ancient, its wood warped and stained with age. From upstairs came the sounds of splintering wood and shattering glass. The creature was tearing the house apart looking for us. With no other choice, I approached the mysterious door. As I reached for the handle, Ethan suddenly spoke up. "That's where Mommy comes from," he said matter-of-factly. I frowned. "What do you mean?" "Ethan." He pointed at the door. "Every night at 2:12, that door opens. Mommy comes out and goes to my window. She says she misses us and wants us to come with her. But I was scared, so I didn't open the window." My mind reeled. How long had this been going on? And why 2:12 a.m.? Then it hit me. 2:12 a.m., February 12th, the day Marie died. Before I could process this revelation, the basement door exploded inward. The creature that wore Marie's face came slithering down the stairs, its body contorting in ways that defied physics. "Found you," it hissed, its voice a chorus of whispers. I grabbed the handle of the mysterious door and yanked it open. Beyond it was not the foundation of our house, but a swirling vortex of shadows and mist. The air that rushed out was frigid and smelled of decay. The creature let out an inhuman shriek. "No, you can't send me back. I won't go alone." It lunged at us, its numerous arms outstretched. In that split second, I made a decision that would haunt me forever. I set Ethan down and kissed his forehead. "I love you, buddy. Always remember that." Then, using all my strength, I shoved the creature towards the open door, but as it teetered on the threshold, one of its arms wrapped around my waist. I looked at Ethan, saw the terror and confusion in his eyes. "Run, Ethan. Run upstairs and don't look back." The last thing I saw was my son's tear-streaked face as the creature and I fell through the doorway into the abyss beyond. I don't know how long I fell. Time seemed to have no meaning in that place of shadows and whispers. But eventually, I crashed onto what felt like solid ground. I opened my eyes to find myself back in my own basement. The old door had vanished, leaving only a blank wall. Sunlight streamed through the small windows. Morning had come. Painfully, I climbed the stairs, calling out for Ethan. I found him curled up on the living room couch, sleeping peacefully. When I woke him, he had no memory of the night's events. It's been a week since that terrible night. The scratches on Ethan's window are gone, as if they never existed. He no longer gets up at 2:12 a.m. To all appearances, our lives have returned to normal. But I know better. Sometimes, late at night, I hear whispers coming from the basement, and in my dreams, I see Marie, the real Marie, reaching out to me from beyond a door I can never open. I don't know if the creature will find another way back. I don't know if it's truly gone, or if it's just biding its time. All I know is that every night, I check on Ethan at 2:12 a.m., and every night, I pray that the knocking doesn't start again. The invitation came as a surprise. Arlo, my friend since freshman year, had always been the life of the party. With his chiseled good looks, charismatic personality, and bottomless trust fund, he was the quintessential frat boy. But behind the boisterous laughter and endless stream of social events, Arlo had a softer side that only a few got to see. I was one of those few. He called me up one Friday evening. "Hey, want to go on a boat trip?" My dad's yacht. Just a small group. Thought we could use a break. I hesitated. I liked my quiet weekends, reading or tinkering with my photography. But the thought of being cooped up in my apartment for another weekend didn't appeal either. Plus, Arlo could be convincing. Sure, sounds like fun. I finally agreed. Our group was an eclectic mix. There was Marissa, sweet and kind-hearted, always ready to lend a hand or a shoulder to cry on. Her boyfriend, Alan, was the protective type, always making sure everyone was safe and having a good time. Bradley, who had recently dropped out of college, was trying to find his footing. He had a restless energy about him, as if he was constantly searching for something just out of reach. We set off on a crisp Saturday morning. The sky was a perfect blue, the kind that makes you believe nothing bad could ever happen. Arlo's dad's yacht was impressive, all gleaming wood and polished metal. We loaded up supplies, laughed, and settled in for what we thought would be a relaxing weekend. The first day was perfect. We swam, sunbathed, and ate way too much junk food. Arlo and Alan took turns showing off their diving skills, while Marissa and I laughed at their antics. Bradley was quieter than usual, staring out at the horizon, lost in his thoughts. As evening approached, the sky began to change. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, an ominous sign. Arlo dismissed our concerns with a wave of his hand. "It's just a little storm. We'll be fine." The storm hit harder than any of us expected. One moment, the sea was calm. The next, we were being tossed around like a toy in a bathtub. Lightning flashed, illuminating the terror on our faces, and the rain came down in sheets, blinding us. "Get below deck," Arlo shouted over the wind. "We need to ride this out." We scrambled below, the yacht rocking violently. Water leaked in from somewhere, pooling at our feet. Arlo and Alan fought to keep the boat steady, but it was a losing battle. The storm was relentless. In the chaos, I noticed something strange. Amidst the howling wind and crashing waves, there were whispers, faint, almost inaudible. But there, I looked around, but no one else seemed to notice. I shook it off, blaming it on the stress and noise. When the storm finally passed, the relief was palpable. We emerged, soaked and shaken but alive. The yacht had taken a beating, but it was still afloat. We spent the next few hours assessing the damage and making repairs. It wasn't until later that we realized Bradley was missing. "Bradley," Marissa called out, her voice tinged with panic. "Where are you?" We searched the yacht from top to bottom, but there was no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. The last anyone had seen of him was just before we went below deck. Alan had been helping him secure some loose gear. "He was right there," Alan said, his face pale. I turned around for just a second, and he was gone. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe he had fallen overboard, though none of us could remember hearing a splash. Maybe he had been swept away by the waves. But deep down, we knew something else was at play. That night, as we tried to sleep, the whispers returned, louder this time, insistent. I lay in my bunk, heart pounding, listening. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, filling the small cabin with their eerie presence. "Do you hear that?" I whispered to Arlo, who was in the bunk across from mine. He nodded, his eyes wide with fear. "What the hell is that?" We woke the others, but Marissa and Alan insisted it was just the wind. They were trying to be logical, to stay calm, but the fear in their eyes betrayed them. The next morning, things took a turn for the worse. Marissa was gone. We found her bunk empty, her belongings untouched. Alan was frantic, searching the yacht and calling her name until his voice was hoarse. But she was gone, just like Bradley. Alan was inconsolable. He spent hours staring out at the sea, whispering Marissa's name. Arlo and I tried to keep it together, but the tension was unbearable. We were stranded, with no way to call for help, and whatever was out there was picking us off one by one. As night fell, the whispers grew louder, almost deafening. This time, there was no denying it. We all heard them, a chorus of voices, angry and mournful. "We need to get out of here," Arlo said, his face grim. "Whatever is out there, it's coming for us." But there was nowhere to go. We were trapped on the yacht, surrounded by endless ocean. The next morning, Alan was gone. His disappearance was the most disturbing of all. There were signs of a struggle, scratches on the walls, a trail of blood leading to the edge of the deck. It was clear he hadn't gone quietly. Arlo and I were the only ones left. The whispers had grown louder, more insistent. They seemed to follow us. No matter where we went on the yacht, sleep was impossible. We took turns keeping watch, though it felt futile. On the last night, the whispers reached a crescendo. They were no longer just background noise. They were inside our heads, echoing through our minds. I felt a cold hand on my shoulder, and when I turned, there was no one there. "Arlo," I said, my voice shaking. "We need to do something. We can't just sit here and wait to die." He nodded, his eyes haunted. "I know, but what can we do?" That night, we heard footsteps on the deck above. Slow, deliberate. They circled the yacht, stopping occasionally. We huddled together in the cabin, clutching makeshift weapons. Arlo with a broken oar, and me with a kitchen knife. The footsteps grew louder, descending the stairs. The door to the cabin creaked open, and a figure stood in the doorway. It was Bradley, or what was left of him. His eyes were hollow, his skin pale and wet, as if he had been dragged from the depths of the ocean. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice a hollow echo. Behind him, Marissa and Alan appeared, their faces twisted with anger and pain. "You should have stayed away," they whispered in unison. Arlo and I backed away, our hearts pounding. The ghosts of our friends advanced, their expressions filled with a mix of sorrow and rage. "We're sorry," I said, my voice barely audible. "We didn't mean for this to happen." Bradley stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Arlo. "You brought us here. You should have known." Arlo's face crumpled, guilt and fear warring within him. "I didn't know," he whispered. "I didn't know." The ghosts moved closer, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath in the dim light. "There's no escape," Marissa said, her voice like a knife cutting through the silence. "You're part of this now." Just when it seemed like all hope was lost, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Arlo's father, his face etched with sorrow and determination. "Father?" Arlo gasped, his voice filled with disbelief. Arlo's father stepped forward, his gaze locking onto his son. "I should have told you," he said, his voice heavy with regret. "This yacht, it's cursed. I thought I could keep it a secret, that I could protect you, but I was wrong." The ghosts turned their attention to Arlo's father, their whispers growing louder, more accusatory. "You brought us here," they chanted. "You brought us here." Arlo's father took a deep breath, his eyes filled with pain. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice breaking. "I'm so sorry." He stepped forward, placing himself between us and the ghosts. "Take me," he said, his voice resolute. "Leave them alone." The ghosts hesitated, their forms flickering like candle flames in the wind. Then, with a final, mournful whisper, they disappeared, leaving the cabin silent once more. Arlo's father turned to us, his face pale and drawn. "Go," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Get out of here. Save yourselves." Arlo and I didn't need to be told twice. We scrambled out of the cabin, our hearts pounding, and made our way to the lifeboat. The sea was calm now, the storm a distant memory. We rowed for hours, the yacht growing smaller and smaller in the distance. Neither of us spoke, the weight of what we had witnessed pressing down on us like a suffocating blanket. The silence between us was heavy, filled with unspoken fears and questions. When we finally reached the shore, the sun was rising, casting a warm glow over the landscape. We stumbled onto the beach, exhausted and traumatized. For a moment, we just lay there, letting the reality of our survival sink in. Arlo was the first to speak, his voice barely above a whisper. "What are we going to do now?" I looked at him, my mind racing. The events of the past few days felt like a nightmare, too surreal to be true. But the pain and loss were real, and so were the ghosts that haunted us. "We need to tell someone," I said, my voice shaking. "We can't keep this to ourselves." Arlo nodded, but there was a distant look in his eyes. I knew he was thinking about his father, the sacrifice he had made to save us. The guilt and sorrow were etched into his face, and I wondered if he would ever be the same again. In the weeks that followed, we were questioned by the authorities. We told them what we could, but left out the supernatural elements. We knew they would never believe us. The official story was that the storm had caused the accidents, leading to the deaths of our friends and Arlo's father. But Arlo and I knew the truth. The yacht was cursed, haunted by the spirits of those it had claimed. The whispers and the apparitions were real, and they had left an indelible mark on our souls. Arlo withdrew into himself, spending long hours alone, staring out at the sea. He refused to talk about what had happened, and I could see the pain and guilt eating away at him. I tried to be there for him, but there was only so much I could do. As for me, I was plagued by nightmares. I would wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, the whispers echoing in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had escaped something far worse than death, and that it was still out there, waiting. One night, several months after our ordeal, I received a frantic call from Arlo. His voice was filled with panic and fear, and I could barely make out what he was saying. "They're back," he whispered. "The whispers, they're back." I rushed over to his apartment, my heart pounding. When I arrived, I found him in a state of utter terror. He was pale and shaking, his eyes wild with fear. "They won't leave me alone," he said, his voice trembling. "I can't take it anymore." I tried to calm him down, but it was no use. The whispers had returned, louder and more insistent than ever. I could hear them too, a haunting chorus that filled the room. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice shaking. "We need to find a way to end this." Arlo looked at me, desperation in his eyes. How? How do we stop this? I didn't have an answer. All I knew was that we couldn't keep running. We had to face whatever was haunting us and find a way to make it stop. We decided to return to the yacht, hoping to find some clue or way to end the curse. The journey back was filled with dread, the whispers growing louder with each passing mile. When we arrived, the yacht was just as we had left it, a ghostly silhouette against the dark water. We boarded cautiously, every creak and groan of the ship sending shivers down our spines. The whispers guided us below deck, to the cabin where it had all begun. There, we found a hidden compartment filled with old, dusty journals. They belonged to Arlo's father, detailing the history of the yacht and the curse that plagued it. We learned that the yacht had been built on cursed land, a place where many had died under mysterious circumstances. The spirits of those lost had latched onto the yacht, doomed to haunt it forever. The only way to break the curse was to perform a ritual, returning the yacht to the cursed land and offering a sacrifice. Arlo looked at me, his eyes filled with determination. "We have to do this. It's the only way to end it." I nodded, knowing he was right. We prepared for the ritual, gathering the necessary items and making our way to the cursed land. As we performed the ritual, the whispers grew deafening, a cacophony of anger and sorrow. The air grew colder, and the spirits of our friends appeared, their faces twisted with pain and rage. "You brought us here," they chanted. "You must pay the price." Arlo stepped forward, his face pale but resolute. "Take me," he said, his voice steady. "Let my sacrifice end this." The spirits hesitated, their forms flickering. Then, with a final, mournful wail, they converged on Arlo, their cold hands reaching out to claim him. "No," I shouted, trying to pull him back, but it was too late. The spirits surrounded him, their whispers filling the air. Arlo turned to me, a sad smile on his face. "It's okay," he said. "This is my choice." As the spirits dragged him away, the yacht began to shake, the air filled with a blinding light. I was thrown back, the force of the ritual knocking me unconscious. When I woke up, the yacht was gone, and I was lying on the shore of the cursed land. The air was still, the whispers finally silent. I knew that Arlo's sacrifice had ended the curse, but the cost was too great. I was alone, the last surviving member of our group, The pain and loss were overwhelming, but I knew I had to move on. Arlo had given his life to save me, and I couldn't let his sacrifice be in vain. As I walked away from the cursed land, I made a promise to myself. I would live my life to the fullest, in honor of those we had lost, and I would never forget the lessons I had learned about the dangers that lurked just beyond the veil of our reality. They've found me. They're pounding on the door. It won't hold for much longer. I'm trapped. There's no escape. Please accept this post as my dying declaration. More importantly, let it be a warning to you, to all of you, because the fate of the entire human race could rest upon what I'm about to tell you. Before I go any further, I beg you, do not dismiss what I'm about to reveal as a prank or hoax. It's so unbelievable I can scarcely believe it myself. If I were not living this nightmare in real time, I would have laughed at how far-fetched it all sounds. I was living my best life. Not easy, given I'm a wheelchair-bound teenage girl living on a rundown ranch in the middle of nowhere, but I was determined to make the most of it. I was a straight-A student and captain of the girls' softball team. Sure, I needed someone to be my legs, but boy could I swing that bat. I had a happy upbringing thanks to my elderly foster parents, Jack and Ruth, who raised me since I was a toddler. The way they tell it, my mom had eventually succumbed to her opioid addiction on the couch in our ramshackle home in Lincoln County. She had been there for several days, leaving me upstairs all alone. I had somehow managed to scramble out of my crib, desperately looking for food, despite only being 18 months old. Weak from hunger, my legs gave way, and I tumbled down the stairs. I may have lost the use of my legs that day, but I gained the most loving foster parents you could ever wish for. They doted on me. They made sure I never went hungry ever again. I often teased them, calling them feeders, and I guess they saw the funny side because they always responded by saying, "Eat up at mealtime." The joke was wearing thin. My 16th birthday was rapidly approaching, and I was concerned about how much weight I had gained. There was a boy in class that I liked, and I wanted to look my best. But when I shared my concerns with my foster mom, she told me I was being silly, and if anything, I had lost weight. When I complained that my clothes were starting to feel too tight, she smiled and said, "You're turning from a girl into a woman. They're bound to feel tight." I nodded. It made sense. A few days before my birthday, I saw her gift wrapping a beautiful dress. It was red with lots of frills and sequins. I was so excited I could hardly wait to try it on. Later that day, I saw the same dress sticking out of the trash. I was devastated and wondered what I had done wrong. I had done my chores. I had eaten my dinner, every last morsel as they had demanded. It made no sense. I gazed longingly at my birthday dress as it drowned in a sea of trash. I wanted so much to rescue it from its terrible fate. Eventually, I reached for it. The silk felt so soft against my delicate skin. As I held it against me, the label landed on my lap. It looked like it had been removed with a pair of scissors. I glanced at it and immediately noticed that the dress was at least 2 sizes smaller than the label suggested. That's why they threw it away. It was way too small, I told myself. I would not have thought any more of it had I not seen my gift exactly where my foster mom had left it earlier that morning. It was untouched. I sensed something was off. I grabbed my birthday present and tore at the wrapping. Inside was an identical dress, except this one was my size and sure to fit. I beamed like a Cheshire cat. My crush was bound to notice me in it. For a moment, it was probably the happiest I had been in my entire life. But then my eyes zoomed in on the label. It was the wrong size. I knew instantly that my foster mom had switched the labels. She wanted me to think I was much slimmer than I am. It was like a kick in the teeth. I suspected that I had gained a lot of weight, and here was the evidence to prove it. Furious, I spun my wheelchair around and headed towards the living room to confront her. As I approached, I could hear what sounded like conspiratory whispers. I peered through a crack in the door and saw my foster mom utter, "I hope she tastes as good as she looks." My foster dad looked predatory as he licked his lips and whispered, "Sweet 16. They started to cackle like a pair of hyenas on the hunt. Their disturbing chuckles rang in my ears as I charged into the bathroom in my wheelchair. I barely had my head in the toilet before the contents of my stomach erupted like Mount Vesuvius. My heart pounded as I wiped my mouth clean. The two people I loved most in the world had been fattening me up like a plump Thanksgiving turkey so they could devour me. I couldn't believe it. I had to know more about these monsters whom I had spent most of my life calling Mom and Dad. I rifled through the cupboard drawers looking for something, anything. I pulled out several bills and invoices, but nothing incriminating. I paused for a moment. Think, Cassie, think. My mind raced. I suddenly muttered, the tool shed. My foster dad spent an ungodly amount of time there. Yet, he never seemed to make anything or fix anything. The wheels on my wheelchair spun like Boudica's war chariot as I charged outside. I checked to ensure the coast was clear and entered the shabby structure. A strange humming sound greeted me. Distracted by the weird noise, my wheelchair brushed against a workbench. The impact caused a bottle of weed killer to topple over. I caught it mid-air and put it back, next to a small blood-stained axe. I felt sure it was human blood, but I couldn't get that damn noise out of my head. It was coming from behind a dusty old curtain that looked like it had been a food source for moths since the dawn of civilization. I yanked the curtain hard. A cloud of dust enveloped me. I coughed and spluttered as I frantically rubbed my eyes, desperate to see what it was concealing. I was confronted with an imposing, solid oak door reinforced with thick strips of wrought iron. The incessant humming sound grew ever louder. I turned the handle, expecting the door to be locked. To my surprise, the door slowly creaked open. I gasped as my vision fell upon an array of state-of-the-art computers and servers that looked like they belonged in NASA's headquarters, not my foster dad's tool shed. I was desperate to discover what secrets the high-tech equipment was holding, but knew I needed something to protect me in case I was disturbed. I promptly grabbed the axe and weed killer off the workbench and placed them on my lap. My fingers caressed the keyboard as I attempted to gain access to the password-protected information concealed within the hard drive of one of the many computers. I wondered what dark secrets they were hiding as I typed variations of all the passwords I could think of. Just as I was on the verge of giving up, I noticed a small trunk tucked in the corner beneath a workstation. It was covered in cobwebs and had a rusted padlock. I wasted no time in breaking it open with the axe. Inside was an old driver's license with my foster dad's name on it, dated 1947. Lying next to it was a framed, black and white picture of my foster parents. They looked the same now as they did back then. How was that possible, I wondered? Almost 80 years had passed, but they had not aged a day. At the bottom of the trunk, there was an old scrapbook. I quickly thumbed through it. There were several newspaper clippings of the Roswell incident. Not too surprising, I reasoned. After all, it was practically on our doorstep and was big news back then. I continued to flick through it. To my horror, there were several Polaroids of teenage girls spanning decades, each blowing out the candles on a birthday cake as my foster parents looked on admiringly. All the girls looked like they were carrying a few too many extra pounds, much like me. Moreover, each cake had 2 numbered candles. The first one was the number 1. The second was the number 6. My brain instantly generated a myriad of questions. Who are these girls? Where are they now? Why are there no photos of them celebrating any other birthday besides their 16th? I feared the worst. Am I next? I wondered. I gazed at their innocent, smiling faces as they blew out the candles on a cake they probably never even got to taste. I focused on the candles. An idea suddenly jumped out at me. I hastened over to the same computer as before and hurriedly typed in the number 16. It failed. I tried 16. Access was denied yet again. I turned away from the computer screen, defeated. I was on the verge of giving up when I decided on one final try. I typed in the words, Sweet 16. The screen suddenly loaded. I was in. I couldn't help myself and whispered, Sick son of a bitch, because of my foster dad's twisted cannibalistic desires. I studied the monitor as an array of text appeared on the screen. There were no actual words. Rather, it was a huge sequence of similar numbers such as 0111 and 0111. Fortunately, math was my strongest subject. I didn't particularly like it, but I understood it. I instantly recognized the numbers as binary code and set about deciphering it as best I could. Just as I believed things could not get any worse, the seriousness of the situation escalated to catastrophic levels. I began to decipher words such as planet, attack, destroy, and colonization. My heart raced as I started to make sense of the numerical text. It quickly became apparent that Jack and Ruth were aliens from an unknown planet whose inhabitants were preparing to attack us. My so-called foster parents were seemingly on a scouting expedition when they crash-landed near Roswell in 1947. They had probably murdered Jack and Ruth and stolen their identities and all their possessions, including their ranch. Hiding in plain sight, they had been reporting back to their home planet ever since. As I continued deciphering the code, I noticed the text was becoming increasingly dark. There was mention of sustainable farming, accompanied by drawings of dozens of young girls in individual cages. They were all shackled with feeder tubes inserted in their mouths. Breeding farms were also discussed. The best male livestock would be used to produce a continuous food supply. Tears filled my eyes when I saw their plans for the rest of the population. Virtually every male, man or boy, is to be put to death, their bodies to be used as a source of heat. A similar fate awaited the sick and the elderly. The only human survivors in this terrible new world would be girls aged 0 to 16, with a life expectancy of 16 years. Once they reached this milestone, they were to be slaughtered and eaten. My stomach churned as I discovered why 16-year-old girls were so prized by this alien race. It was apparent that my foster parents had documented their culinary exploits in great detail. They had sampled human flesh from all ages and sexes, newborn to elderly. Their comments were grotesque and way too graphic. Phrases such as too fatty, too tough, and too grisly were common. It was suggested that the raging hormones in pubescent girls is the reason the meat tastes so sweet and flavorsome, with 16 being the optimum age to slaughter the livestock. My body shook head to toe as I tried to process these shocking revelations. I knew that I had to try and stop them somehow. My mind raced as I tried to devise a plan of action. I thought about returning to the house to get my cell phone so that I could call the cops. I had left it on charge, but was sure it would have enough battery to make multiple calls by now. I decided it was too risky and opted to put everything I had discovered in a folder and email a copy to the relevant authorities. I set about creating a folder. My fingers frantically pounded the keyboard. I was almost done when I heard footsteps. I eyed the weed killer and knew what I had to do. I reasoned that maybe I could take them with me as I quickly unscrewed the cap. I discarded the empty bottle of weed killer just as my foster parents started pounding on the door, demanding that I let them in. I gripped the axe tight as the door suddenly exploded into a pile of kindling. My heart pounded like a drum. I realized that Jack and Rose had morphed into their true selves. No way could two elderly folk have destroyed the door with such force. I was expecting slimy, green creatures with tentacles. However, they are far more hideous and threatening. They have both transformed into a huge black mass, which is more animalistic than human. It was like staring at a pair of silhouettes. Yet, they exude power and have multiple limbs with claws the size of daggers. Their mouths are huge, with row upon row of razor-sharp, triangular-shaped teeth with a vicious, serrated edge. They are like no apex predator I have ever seen. It is like looking at the shadows of two giant, multi-limbed grizzly bears with the jaws of a great white, capable of enormous ferocity and damage. I'm beginning to feel incredibly nauseous. I'm not sure if it is sheer terror or the weed killer starting to take effect. Either way, I'm determined to keep the contents of my stomach intact in the hope that they get a nasty little surprise when they devour me. I take great comfort in knowing I will taste anything but sweet. Hopefully, I won't be the only one who breathes their last today. They're still 20 feet away, but are edging closer towards me. Drool drips from their huge, shark-like teeth as they salivate in anticipation of their feast. They're almost within touching distance now. I can feel their hot breath on my soft skin as I frantically finish typing up this post with my left hand. My right hand grips the axe tight. I may be disabled, but I'm going out swinging. I pray you heed my warning and notify the authorities immediately. They're inches away. I've just enough time to click submit. I don't remember much of the house fire that killed both my parents. I lived on the first floor, but the grey smoke had grown so thick that I stumbled blindly for what felt like hours before finding a door. My throat felt like sandpaper, and my eyes constantly streamed tears of irritation and pain. Strips of burned and mutilated flesh hung from my poor hands, though I knew it would heal rapidly within a few hours. A firefighter appeared like a ghostly silhouette before me. I remember the flashing lights of police and fire trucks and the faraway echo of deep voices. From the direction of the house, I remember the dying screams of my parents as they burned alive. My childish imagination could never have predicted what would come next. Behind the flurry of ambulances, fire trucks and cop cars, I saw a single black sedan with tinted windows. Compared to the bright colors and strobing lights of the emergency vehicles, it looked like little more than a shadow. The windshield, too, looked dark and opaque, nearly impossible to see through. I sat in the back of an ambulance. The EMTs had already cleared me, saying I only had a few scrapes and some mild smoke inhalation and eye irritation, but that I didn't require urgent care or hospitalization. Abruptly, the doors of the black sedan flew open. 2 men in black suits stepped out, wearing sunglasses even in the middle of the night. I stared, open-mouthed, as they swerved their way through the jumble of emergency responders and vehicles. They came straight at me, unsmiling and grave. Their faces looked extremely pale, almost vampiric in a way. "Hey there, Ghostin." Ghostin, quite a unique name, the one on the right said calmly, stretching my name out as he dropped down on one knee. His sunglasses looked like mirrors, but they reflected the world darkly. "Hi," I whispered in a tiny voice. "Who are you?" "We're here to bring you to a good home," he responded in a voice as soothing as balm on a wound. He put a hand on my shoulder, trying to be comforting, but through the thin fabric of my t-shirt, I could feel his skin burning as if with an inner fever. I tried to draw back, but his grip tightened, the fingers digging into the thin bones. "Where's Mom and Dad?" I asked. "Why haven't they come out?" He just shook his head. "We'll explain everything on the way, son," he said. Rising to his feet, he gently patted me on the shoulder a few times for good measure. No one else paid us any attention. With the 2 strange men beside me, we started off toward their sedan. "My name is Keller," the leader of the 2 men said as he slid smoothly into the driver's seat. He motioned at the silent one next to him. "This is Vlad." "Where are we going?" I asked. He turned in his seat, jerking his head to face me. The veins on his forehead and neck seemed to pound in time with his heart. "You sure do ask a lot of fucking questions, kid," Keller hissed. His teeth gritted as his lips flew into a snarl. Taken aback, I sat as silent as a statue as he started the car and slowly pulled away from the jumble of emergency vehicles. We traveled in silence for hours, down winding roads and past dark forests. I remember we eventually came to a small airfield in the middle of scattered cornfields. A man with a black rifle stood at the front gate, looking bored and tired. Keller showed him a silver badge in a black leather case, and the gate started to roll to the side. Keller pulled into a dark corner of the airfield. Together, the 2 agents quickly got out, slamming their doors closed. I had tried the handle a couple times along the trip, hoping I could jump out when the car slowed or stopped, but it was locked from the outside somehow. Now I frantically grabbed it again, shaking the door with as much force as my small body could muster. I only saw the grinning, pale face of Vlad outside. A key jiggled outside, and both doors flew open. In Vlad's hand, I saw a needle filled with clear fluid. They held me down as he injected it in my neck. I felt sick and weak as black waves clouded my vision. I fell into a dreamless sleep. By the time I woke up, things around me had changed drastically. I was handcuffed and thrown into the back of an SUV with a pounding migraine. I looked up front, seeing Keller and Vlad still in the front seats. But now, The windows outside showed jagged mountain peaks covered in thick drifts of snow. The night outside looked freezing cold. Endless forests disappeared into the shadows off in the distance. I could feel the car rapidly accelerating uphill as hail peppered the windshield and roof. Vlad glanced in the rearview mirror. His eyes reminded me of those of a Siberian husky, ice-cold and predatory. "Ah, you're awake? That's good," Vlad hissed in a thick Eastern European accent. "We'll be there soon, Ghostin. There are few things you should probably know before we get there. Escape is impossible. Anyone who tries gets shot by the snipers. Some who lose hope might take it as the easy way out. Perhaps those are the smart ones. When you get there, you and the other newcomers will take a test. Those of you who fail will be euthanized. Do you know what euthanasia is?" "Ghostin," I nodded. "Every month, the bottom 10% of the class will be taken out. At the end of 9 months, those left alive will be offered jobs with the CIA and the military. All the kids there are freaks, just like you. They don't all heal burnt, blackened skin in a few hours. Though," Vlad continued, "that is impressive." I felt a cold shudder run down my spine as I realized these men knew far more about me than seemed possible. "What else can you do, kid?" "Nothing," I muttered. My hands weren't that badly hurt. "I think you're exaggerating." My voice felt weak and small. "Uh-huh," Keller said sarcastically. "Oh, look at that. What a sight." "Huh?" I remember that moment like a screenshot to this day. I gazed open-mouthed in horror up the steep mountain slope. Dark patches of evergreens surrounded the small, snow-covered road on both sides. Their boughs reached out toward the SUV, their overgrown needles scraping the sides with a faint screech. I could smell the overwhelming presence of pine coming in through the vents. Above us loomed something like a massive high school, surrounded by rolls of razor wire and multiple layers of tall, electrified fences. A dozen jet-black sniper towers were placed equidistant around the perimeter of the property. The enormous brick building at the center looked like it had no windows at all. Sheer concrete walls rose to a flat roof a few stories high. Large industrial-sized smokestacks scattered over the top constantly belched black smoke into the crisp Alaskan air. Behind it, dozens of snow-capped mountains stretched off towards the horizon. We pulled up to the gate. Spotlights converged on the SUV from all directions. A guard dressed in all black stood there with a large rifle strapped to his chest. On his face, he wore a silver mask. It had long, slitted eyes and metal lips tightly pressed together in a grimace. My first thought was of the man in the iron mask. 2 more guards stood in a nearby guardhouse wearing identical masks. Though they varied in height and build, Keller rolled down the window. The guard in charge spoke in an electronically distorted voice. It sounded inhumanly deep, with a subtle hiss of static writhing under his words. "What is your business?" the guard hissed. "We're dropping off another subject for the tests," Keller said calmly, showing his silver badge. "The Department for the Cleansing of Anomalies. We have another shipment coming in by train from the capital," the guard said, his mask revealing and distorted voice revealing nothing of what lay hidden under the surface. "The cleaners are unloading the train now. You can drop the boy off over there. He needs to get an identification number." I didn't like the sound of any of this. Most of all, I felt unnerved by the way they talked about me, as if I were a sack of meat getting delivered to a butcher shop. The SUV slowly pulled off from the front gate, following the freshly plowed road that wound its way around the exterior of the strange, prison-like school. I could hear faraway screams, a combination of many dissonant voices that rose and swelled into a hellish cacophony. I saw a platform of bare, grey concrete swarming with hundreds of kids, most of them looking like they were in the range of 9 to 13. More armed soldiers wearing the same silver masks screamed orders. Some held black German shepherds on long chains that snarled and snapped at the kids, pulling against their restraints with wolfish ferocity.
"We're here!"
Keller exclaimed excitedly, pulling up next to the concrete platform. They pulled me out, taking off my handcuffs and shoving me into the surging crowd. The men in the silver masks pushed us forward relentlessly towards the building. "Males to the right," females to the left, one of the guards said in an electronically amplified voice, repeating it over and over. More guards had black truncheons, which they used to beat kids who they thought moved too slow or, sometimes, for no reason at all. I looked down the line of people, wondering where it led. Hundreds of boys disappeared into a dark hallway, while the line of girls veered off to the other side of the platform, where another similarly black threshold waited to swallow them up. "Keep moving forward," another guard said, smashing his truncheon down over and over on the backs of boys ahead of me. I heard bones cracking and panicked screams. People tried to run past the sadistic guards of this hellish place, but they timed their shots with practiced ease. I saw quite a few kids get bit by the dogs as well. Drops of fresh blood stained the ground leading forward, mixing with darker, older stains eaten into the pavement. I shivered uncontrollably in the freezing Alaskan winter, wondering if I had somehow ended up in hell. Maybe I had died in the fire along with my parents, and this was eternity. I tried to slink into the center of the crowd, letting the boys on both sides of me take the brunt of the blows. Though a few glancing strikes still hit me, I felt immensely grateful when we moved into the black hallway, which at least had some heat. Bizarre slogans in gold paint lined both sides of the wall. "Welcome to Stonehall, the School of Eyes," one read. "A hurricane of souls spirals out of the chimneys, rejuvenating the planet," read another. It was almost as if a schizophrenic in a psychotic state had written their thoughts down, though they seemed to connect in any eerie way I couldn't yet understand. Next to me stood a small boy with jet black hair and a nose that looked like it had been broken and badly set. Unlike the others, he wasn't screaming or upset. He looked calm. He glanced over at me, meeting my eyes. "Hello," he said over the wailing and cries of the confused, hurt kids. "How are you?" I laughed at that. "Not very good. To tell you the truth," I answered. "I think we might die tonight." The boy shook his head once, the serenity never leaving his eyes. "No, not you and not me," he said simply. "Others, yes, but people die here all the time. After all, like the sign said, a hurricane of souls spirals out." "How do you know we won't die?" I asked, confused. He leaned close to me. There was an odd smell around the boy, almost like ozone with a note of panicked sweat. Yet his expression reflected no perturbation in his mind. "I can see the future. Sometimes," he whispered, looking around to make sure no one was listening, "just in small doses, and it's not always right. It's like, imagine if reality was a beehive, filled with millions of cells rising above you. Those are all the possible worlds. But some paths are straighter heading upwards, and these are the more likely realities. Other paths would have to swerve and curve in insane ways, and these realities almost never come true." "Well, I sure hope you're right," I said, "because today is not a good day to die." I found out that the boy's name was Dean. I stayed close by his side as all of the boys were herded, one by one, into a room. After waiting for nearly half an hour, it was my turn. A guard in a silver mask took my arm and put it on top of some sort of machine that reminded me of an X-ray. A metal clamp closed around my wrist and elbow. Two other guards watched, armed with black rifles. Suddenly, red lasers shot out, sizzling into my skin. I screamed, trying to pull away, but seconds later, it was over. I looked down at my arm, seeing a number tattooed there in black copperplate, A2101. After that, we were led into a large auditorium with hundreds of velvet-lined seats facing a stage. A man in a black robe wearing the same iron mask as all the other guards stood there waiting, not moving in the slightest. For a moment, I thought it might be a mannequin. Dean stood behind me in line. "Find seats," the guards screamed in their amplified voices. People scrambled to the nearest open seat. Dean and I found 2 seats near the front, only a stone's throw away from the still figure on the stage, looming over the crowd like the angel of death. On the right arm of each seat, there was a tablet. The screen stayed dark for now, but once the hundreds of boys had taken their seats, all of them in the room turned on at once. "You know why you're here in Stonehall," the black-robed man on the stage said, taking a long step towards the students. "Each of you are different, capable of great things. In this school, we will weed out the weak and feeble. Only the strongest and smartest will survive. The first round of elimination will take place by test. Enter your identification number at the top of the screen. The test will begin in 10 seconds. The questions that came up on the screen seemed bizarre and nonsensical some of the time. The first strange one had to do with tarot. It read, in front of you, you see the Fool, the Hanged Man and the Devil. What card comes next? In a flash, I somehow knew what they wanted me to say. The Death card. I typed on the small touchscreen keyboard. The questions varied wildly. Some topics focused on astral projection or out-of-body experiences, while others asked about ancient types of torture. Strange wildcards continuously came up, non-sequiturs like the tarot question. I still remember another bizarre one. If the National Socialists had won World War II, in what year would Adolf Hitler have died? It asked. I thought about what Dean had said, how he could see different realities above him like the cells of an eternal beehive. I wrote down 1949, and the test was over. The screens all went black simultaneously. Spotlights overhead came on, shining down on us from all directions. The white glare blinded me temporarily. On the stage, I could just barely see the silhouette of the robed man. He raised his hand, his pointer finger extended upwards, reminding me of the ISIS salute. The tests are being scored now, he rasped. Please stay in your seats. I nervously looked around, seeing the other students sweating heavily. The doors at the back of the auditorium flew open. Dozens of guards with rifles walked in, their masks gleaming under the harsh fluorescent light. In pairs, they walked over to some of the boys, pulling their arms out and checking the tattooed numbers. They passed by me and Dean, but the boy on the other side of me had failed. Sweating heavily, I saw him stumble to his feet as the black-gloved hands of the guards forced him up. "What's happening?" he asked, his voice weak and uncertain. "Where are you taking me?" "Shut the fuck up," a guard hissed, pushing him forward onto the steps. The boy went sprawling, smashing his face into the hard steps with a sickening thud. A moment later, he raised his swollen head. Streams of blood flowed from his nose. He spit up frothy blood and a piece of a tooth. After a few minutes, they had lined up a few dozen of the boys out of the few hundred people in the class. At gunpoint, they marched them out and into the hall. "The rest of you will be shown to your rooms," the black-robed man at the front of the hall said. "Every month, you will have a test, though not all will be based on knowledge. Some tests may be based on your skills and abilities. You will be honed over the months, strengthened and shown amazing sights." We were led out into the hallway. It split off into 4 corridors, and off in the distance, I saw it split off again. The halls had been decorated somewhat like a traditional school, with tiled floors and brick walls. Fluorescent lights hung overhead, casting the pale, terrified faces below in a white glare. Stairs going up 6 or 7 levels opened up intermittently. They sectioned us off in groups of a dozen, sending us into rooms with cold steel bunk beds covered in thin mattresses. I was thankful to see Dean in my group. I laid down immediately, feeling bone-tired and weak from all that happened and the long distances I had traveled. I heard Dean weeping in the bunk below me. And then, far below us, the screaming started. At first, it came through muffled. I saw air vents in the room, square grills at the corners. The sound seemed to come from them. The wailing intensified, the notes of agony and terror growing stronger. "What is that?" I whispered, not wanting to know the answer. I had a sick feeling in my stomach. My heart was racing. "You can't see it?" Dean asked. "I can. They get locked in concrete rooms. Then the vents start whirring, and the poison comes through. They see their nails turning blue as they pile up into pyramids of bodies, coughing up blood from screaming so loud and so long. Can't you see it?" "No, I can't," I said. After about 15 or 20 minutes, the intense, agonized wailing began quieting down. One by one, the voices died out like stars winking out at the end of the universe. I fell asleep sometime in the pitch-black night. I dreamed of pyramids of naked corpses with dilated pupils and blue lips. Men in hazmat suits came in, but when they turned to look at me, I realized their suits were fused to their skin. Their plastic masks melted to their blood red, grinning skulls. I woke up screaming as something like a tornado siren rang out above me. Bright lights turned on overhead, humming with an incessant tinking sound. I thrashed in my bed, falling off the side of the bunk and landing on the floor. The other boys looked at me like I was insane. Dean got out of bed and helped me stand up. We were marched single file back down the hallway. Classrooms opened up on both sides of us, filled with a mixture of girls and boys. A silent guard with a silver mask pointed us toward a classroom on the right, where a dozen girls sat at tables, their eyes looking tired and haunted. A man stood at the front of the class with strange, blood-red irises. He had a shaved head and a reddish hue to his skin, as if he were at risk of exploding from hypertension at any moment. "Sit down," he yelled. "Sit down. We don't have much time here." I quickly found a seat at a table with 3 other boys. On the chalkboard, the man had written, in large, spiky letters, Pyroki North East SIS. "My name is Mr. Antimony, and I'm here to teach you little shits about pyrokinesis," he hissed, walking in circles with a manic energy. "Most of you will fail. The art of harnessing the deathless self within the heart and bringing heat from it is a rare one. It has been practiced by Buddhist monks and practitioners of Advaita Vedanta for millennia, along with the other higher arts like telekinesis, mind reading, and astral projection. A few of you may be worthy enough to realize the source of this power. In the drawers in front of each of you, you will find a variety of objects: cotton balls, rubbing alcohol, paper, and a book titled The Art of Living Fire, written by the ancient seer Hermes Trismegistus. In the first class of this bizarre place, we were taught how to hit objects with our hands until they exploded into flames. The 2 other boys at our table, Kim, a young Asian kid with magnified glasses, and Tommy, a little malnourished-looking kid, instantly proved to be adept at the lessons. I hadn't succeeded in lighting even the smallest cotton ball when something went horribly wrong in a flash. Kim had succeeded in igniting a Bible on fire when a ball of flames shot out of his hands, causing the bottle of alcohol to erupt. It melted in an instant, dripping a blue inferno over the table. It soaked into Kim's shirt and pants, and the red flames that emanated from his hands exploded. He screamed, running in circles as his skin blackened and dripped. I saw his eyes melting out of his head. He fell to the floor, and someone grabbed a jacket and tried to smother the flames, but it simply ignited. The student dropped the jacket, backing away from the screaming, writhing body on the floor. During the next few weeks, we continued to learn at the nightmarish classes of Stonehall. Regular casualties occurred, and deaths frequently happened during accidents. Yet these deaths did not go towards the quota that would be enforced in another week. Another 10% of the class would die, and this time, they said the tests would include practical demonstrations of powers that would be ruled by a team of judges. "We need to get out of here," Dean whispered one night. Tommy lay at the next bunk over, his small face looking pinched and mousy in the dark. "They're going to start the executions again soon," he said. "The path to the concrete rooms down below." "The path to the gas chambers," Dean agreed. "We need to find a way to break out and tell the world about this place." All of us had grown exponentially in the last few weeks, our latent abilities coming to fruition under the constant watchful eyes of the teachers. "Why don't you use your precognitive abilities to see a way out?" I asked Dean. "There has to be weak spots. Maybe we can kill the guards and take their suits. If we had the masks on." "We're too small," Tommy said. I shook my head. "You're too small," I said. "Dean and I might be able to pass. Not all the guards are tall. After all, what if the students rebelled?" Tommy asked. "Maybe we could ask around. See if other kids want to fight back and try to escape. If all of us attack them at once." "They have precognitive abilities, too," Dean said. "They're going to see the most likely paths, just like I can, at least the ones at the top, and a few of the teachers. So it comes down to my plan, I think," I said. "And we don't know who we can trust. The 3 of us could probably kill and overpower a guard. What do you think?" They killed my parents and kidnapped me. Tommy spat with venom. I would love to see some of these fuckers dead. I hope it doesn't come to that, but I think it might, Dean said, and then everything went quiet. On the day before the scheduled test, Tommy came running up to me and Dean after the class on assassination techniques had finished. His scarecrow-thin face shone with a wide grin. I had never seen him so excited. "I think I found a way out," he said. He looked around furtively, making sure no one else stood close enough to hear. "Do you guys remember the day you came in here?" I nodded. How could I forget? "I got dropped off by 2 agents," I said. "They claimed they were from some non-existent government agency called the Cleaners. I came on the cattle cars," Tommy said, frowning at the memory. "Well, they drop off more kids out there every day. They need constant fresh meat for the tests. After all, there are guards all over the place, and cars out there. We need to find a weak spot in the guards' defense," I said, "where we can overpower a couple of them and kill them and steal their uniforms. After that, you think we could just walk out of here?" "The medical ward usually isn't heavily guarded," Dean said. "We need to do it tonight. Though, this is the last chance." We made it sound so easy, but in reality, I knew it would be an almost impossible task. The rest of the day passed by in a blur. Before I knew it, the classes had finished, and we were being led back to the chambers. We waited in the darkness, whispering so the other boys wouldn't hear our plans. When 3 a.m. rolled around, Dean indicated it was time to go. "The hallways outside are empty," he whispered. "We need to move now, as quickly and quietly as we can." I saw his pupils constricting and expanding rapidly, as they always did when he tried to tap into the multiverse of possibilities. I wondered what it looked like, staring up into the beehive of realities. Despite his attempts to help me learn some precog abilities, I had failed in every attempt so far. Whether day or night, the hallways always looked the same, windowless, with every inch of them illuminated by the harsh fluorescent lights overhead.
"Dean leads us successfully down turn after turn."
I heard the guard's steps missing us by mere seconds, afraid to even breathe too loud. We made our way towards the medical ward. "Are you guys ready?" Dean whispered. Using his abilities seemed to take a toll on him. His face looked pale and sweaty, his dilated pupils gleaming manically. "We need to fight. There are 2 guards up ahead." "Fuck," Tommy whispered back. "I can't believe we're doing this. They're going to murder us if we don't." "Maybe," I said. "We have to kill them first." "Hey, stop right there," a guard exclaimed abruptly. Coming around the corner, he had an automatic rifle slung around his shoulder. I froze like a deer in the headlights, staring dumbly at the guard. Luckily, Tommy went into action immediately, running at the guard before he could aim his gun. Tommy raised his small hands, causing a swirling vortex of flame to erupt from his hands. With lightning-fast reflexes, the guard grabbed his rifle as Tommy's hands wrapped around his bare throat. There was a flash as the rifle fired. At the same moment, the skin on the guard's neck started to drip and blacken. There was an echoing of pained screams as my ears rang. Another guard came around the corner seconds later, aiming his rifle at Dean's head. Dean shot a flash of blue lightning from the tips of his fingers, using his telekinetic powers to send the rifle flying upwards. The bullet smashed harmlessly into the ceiling, causing dust and debris to rain down on our heads. Tommy fell on the guard's body, a torrent of blood pumping from the massive hole in his chest. I ran at the second guard, a flash of blue light sparking from my fingertips and sending him sprawling backwards. He grabbed his rifle, shooting blindly in the direction of me and Dean. I heard bullets whizzing past my head, missing my brain by inches. "I'm hit," Dean screamed. I looked back, seeing a ragged hole eaten into his right shoulder. Blood spurted from the wound in time with his heartbeat. Tommy had stopped moving as he lay on the writhing body of the other guard. The flames spread down his body. He kicked and clenched with all of his strength, looking like a poisoned hornet twisting on the floor. I knew I was alone now, focusing on the spinning vortex of energy within my heart. I tried to bring out the fire I had never succeeded in creating before. The guard lay stunned for a moment, but I knew he would rapidly recover. I leapt forward, putting my hands around his throat. I felt something freezing cold running through my blood, but when it emerged from my skin, it grew burning hot. An acrid smell like ouncione and burning metal surrounded me, pouring off my feverish skin. The guard screamed as his throat melted. His gurgling grew low and distorted. I felt his windpipe collapsing under the heat and assault. Breathing heavily, I looked around, expecting to see a platoon of guards running in. Someone must have heard all the gunshots and screaming. Dean's eyes had started to roll up in his head by this point. I crawled over to him, slapping his face. "Stay with me, man," I whispered. Rapidly, his lips took on a bluish cast. His paleness grew vampiric. His skin chalk white. I knew it was useless. I got up. Feeling dissociated and unreal, I looked around, seeing an empty, dark room down the hall. It was one of the rooms for the medical ward, filled with unoccupied beds and equipment. With a rush of adrenaline, I leaned down, dragging the body of the guard I had killed over to the room. At first, his body seemed too heavy, impossibly heavy, but my telekinetic powers came rushing out. I felt drained from using my powers so much, and I hoped that soon I could rest. I rapidly stripped the guard of his military gear and silver mask. Underneath, I saw a young man, probably in his early 20s. He had a soft, childlike face. He seemed on the border of life and death as his gurgling breaths came slower and shallower. I wondered how such cruelty could hide behind such a mundane exterior. It took me a few minutes to change, breathing heavily in the dark. The gear all felt far too large on me, especially the boots. I saw a nearby medical closet with linen, slip-proof socks and hospital gowns. I put on pair after socks until I could walk in the black boots. The gear smelt of burnt flesh and blood, with drops of blackened gore still staining the bulletproof vest and tactical vests. I put on the mask, whispering a few words. The built-in voice distortion system caused them to come out low and predatory, like the hissing of a snake. "Stay with me, man," I whispered, feeling the echoes of past atrocities spreading around me. "Stay with me." I slowly opened the door, looking both ways but seeing no one. Close by, I heard heavy footsteps rushing in our direction. I came around the corner as a dozen guards ran up with rifles. The one in front froze, holding his gun with practiced ease. I stared into the unreadable silver face, wondering if this was the end. "I found 2 boys dead," I said. "Some guards, 2. We heard gunshots," he responded. I nodded, pointing behind me at the pools of blood and the broken bodies laying strewn about like garbage. "It looks like a couple kids attacked some guards," I said. "I was just about to go report it and call for backup." "Go get the principal," he hissed. "We'll secure the area." Gratefully, I crept past the still, eerie figures of the soldiers, unable to believe my luck. I made my way outside, hearing panicked screaming and pained sobs. A new round of kids stood next to the cattle cars of the train under a cloudy, black sky. A thin layer of cracked ice covered the ground. Seeing these kids beaten and pushed forward brought back horrifying memories of my first night here. Looking around, it grew worse when I saw the black SUV of Keller and Vlad. It stood empty, the engine running. In the line of kids, I glimpsed their 2 pale faces dragging 2 girls toward the hallway. Blending in with the crowd of guards, I quickly made my way over to the SUV and got inside. Without hesitation, I put it in drive and slowly started pulling away. No one had noticed anything yet in the chaos of the moment. In the parking lot, I saw dozens of other similar SUVs used by Stonehall for trafficking kids. I hoped I could blend in and get out before anyone raised the alarm. I pulled slowly up to the main gate, my heart twitching like a trapped rabbit. The iron mask of the guard revealed nothing as I rolled down the window. He held his rifle tightly in his hands. Through the eye holes, I saw 2 red irises staring out. "Identification," the distorted voice said. Even through the distortion, I could hear the boredom in his voice. I checked the pockets of the dead man's uniform, finding a wallet. I pulled it out, flipping it open and showing the silver badge in the center. The guard nodded, moving back to the guardhouse. The gate slowly started ambling to the side. "Wait."
Stop him!
A voice shrieked from behind me. In utter panic, I glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing Vlad and Keller heading in my direction, sprinting blindly toward the SUV. "Fuck!" I shouted, slamming the gear shift into drive and accelerating rapidly. The tires spun on the ice for a long, heart-stopping moment. The guard ran out of the guardhouse, raising his rifle at the SUV. Then the car took off in a flash as the tires caught, sending me flying through the open gate. I accelerated at dangerous speeds down the slick slope of the Alaskan mountains, leaving Stonehall behind. A few minutes later, a voice came over a radio next to the steering wheel. I recognized the voice of Keller. "Ghostin."
Stop!
This was all a test, and you passed. "You escaped from Stonehall," he said urgently. "You were the only one in the last 5 years to successfully get out. Your training is done. We'd like to offer you a job." I glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing cars far behind me. A few black SUVs flew out of the gate, looking as small as fruit flies. Swearing, I accelerated as fast as I could, fearing I would skid right off the road. After making it to the bottom of the mountain, the road split off into 4 directions. I saw thick forests to the left and right. Nervously, I pulled right and sped around the corner, nearly sliding into a tree. I looked in the rearview mirror again, but I didn't see my pursuers. I pulled over, abandoning the car and fleeing that place of horrors. I walked for days before I found a small town where I managed to blend in, but I still feel hunted to this day. With the rise in consumerism over the years, products have been in an ongoing race to match up to the expectations of the masses. Products are rapidly created to reflect present trends, with previous ones subsequently being dropped out of the disinterest of the makers, or simply due to there no longer being a demand. What people don't consider is what goes on behind the scenes of how their parcel magically appears at their front doorstep, removing the need for them to leave the house. I am one such pawn in the ever-adapting chessboard of production and shipment. I am a warehouse operative, and this is my experience of narrowly avoiding being swallowed whole. My job can be briefly summed up as scanning orders, receiving the location of products on the scanner, finding the products and collecting them, putting them in a box, and shipping them off. Not a lot to it, but some technicalities come with the job. I don't know if they are in any way related to my experience, but for the sake of my sanity, I will explain here in the hope that someone can effectively elevate me of my paranoia. In the warehouse, we have 18 aisles. These are labeled from AR, with aisle 1 being A and aisle 18 being R. The middle aisles I leave to you. When we receive the location for each product, the scanner will provide a prompt, such as LA L01 P01. The first L in this prompt stands for the location of which aisle the product is in. The second L stands for the level in which there are 5 per aisle, and P is the position in which there are 23 per aisle. In the case of LA L01 P001, this would mean the product is in aisle A, level 1, position 1, right at the entrance of the aisle, and low enough to where you would have to duck your head a little. The only prompt that appears that is outside of this logic is LX L01 P05. This prompt means the product is on the warehouse floor somewhere, and has likely been dropped down by someone on a high racker, as any level above 2 is unreachable. Now you are all scholars in warehouse jargon. I will recount the events that followed the order that made me quit my job. The order that still haunts me is Order 2100. It was like any other Friday morning, shaking off the banging headache deserved for the previous night down at the pub. Coffee in hand and a stack of orders already at my station. It's not uncommon not to see anybody at the beginning of the shift. This is for 2 reasons. The first is that people are surprisingly not eager to arrive early to a warehouse job. And second, people tend to begin orders as soon as they come and won't ask for help from anyone unless there is a product out of reach, like I mentioned earlier. I wish I had seen someone this morning, face to face. Maybe if I had, this wouldn't have played with my mind so much. My first 2 orders were simple. The first was an order for 3 dolls and a pink toy car to go alongside, and the second was for a new state-of-the-art gaming laptop. Our warehouse has a lot of ties with various companies, and so the products which we ship tend to be an amalgamation of genre and type, electronic or not. Then came order 2100. The order was blank. I thought that maybe it was a problem with the ink in the printer, but it couldn't have been since everything else about how our orders looked was the same. The date was in the top left, the shipment time in the bottom right, and the barcode in the top right. No address was attached. I didn't think it was necessary to speak to my boss about it, since I could simply scan the barcode, collect the products, and then press Command T to print the shipment papers, which includes the address on anyway. I had a lot of orders to do today, so my best judgment told me to finish the order and make a note of the products and address on the order receipt so they could be logged by my boss as being completed. I placed the order down, picked up my scanner, and scanned the barcode, the pleasant beep stirring to life from the machine. The order of missing segments on paper was strange, but I assume not completely out of the realm of reason. But what appeared on my scanner was impossible. None of the products were listed. Where the products should be was rather the dark abyss that backgrounded anything that was inputted on the scanner. What there was, however, was the subsequent locations for where these nothingness orders were. The first location was simple enough. Lay L01P01. I walked over to my trolley and placed a large box on top, as I was unsure how many products I would need to get. Lay L01P01, a stack of A4 paper. Simple enough, but it must have been sat there for a while since there was a thick coating of dust. Now this isn't unheard of in a warehouse, but a product this close to the main floor would usually be seen and taken care of within seconds to avoid being marked down by inspectors. Taking initiative, I walked back to my station, grabbed a cloth and cleared the dust. Due to the scanner only telling me the location, I was unsure how many products were needed, and so I only grabbed one. In a field like ours, a mistake in quantity could mean hundreds in lost profit if oversupplied. Location 2, LDL02P06. The squeaking of my trolley as the loose wheel struggled across the floor, doing more harm than good to my headache. I ditched it completely at the entrance to aisle D and walked down to collect the product. We've been having some bad storms lately, so thunder overhead and the ugly whistle created by the numerous cracks in the warehouse's infrastructure were some of the many tortures we had to endure. The storm today was worse than any we had this far. Mystery product number 2 was ironically a handheld fan. I chuckled to myself, admittedly thinking that whoever ordered 2100 would be certainly going somewhere a lot nicer than here. When I reached the entrance of aisle D, however, my trolley was gone. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe someone had mistaken it as theirs, but why hadn't I heard it squeak as it had been pulled away? At that point I didn't think much about this question, likely due to all the noise the storm was making, but this question would be stuck in my mind on repeat as I progressed through the order. I walked back to my station and placed the fan on my desk, certain that I would come across my trolley again at some point. Location 3, LCL01P23. As I entered the aisle of C, I felt the pressure of my headache begin to expand into various regions of my body. With each step I took down the aisle, my stomach delved deeper and deeper into the depths of pain, exploring newfound territory I didn't think capable. My feet dragged behind one another as I placed one in front of the other, and my knees began to buckle slightly. By position 18, I was completely down to my hands and knees, one hand clutching my stomach in a desperate attempt to alleviate the waves of griping pain that came over me. I think the roof has taken a serious beating from the storms, one after the other, as water started to seep through, creating the beginning of what would become a waterfall of downpour from above. As I entered the zone of position 23, my body had given up on me, a face full of rainwater. My limbs arranged like a rag doll someone had finished playing with. All strength had left my body. Anyone, please help. I screamed as loud as I could, but I knew even then that no one would come. I was drained, a useless pile of skin and bone tucked into the shadows, unable to even lift my head enough to make sure what I said wouldn't just be a mumbled groan. Someone walked past the entrance to the aisle. I only saw the left side of them though. I was too far away to distinguish any features I could recognize as any of my co-workers, but the trademark vibrant orange vest was a dead giveaway. I tried again to shout, "Hey, hey, please, help, help, help me." No one came to my rescue. I wouldn't be abandoned. Mustering as much strength as I could, I rolled onto my elbows, blindly grabbing a product from the shelf, and inch by inch, minute by minute, shuffled myself out of the aisle. When I reached the end, I was strong enough to kneel. Hey, what the hell was that about? I was enraged, but the figure was gone. Standing to my feet, I walked along the aisles, taking small steps at a time. Hey, hello, hello, is anyone here? The figure was gone, yes, but so was everyone else. Everything else beforehand I have managed in some way to logically explain, but I still don't have an answer for this. Looking down in my hand at the prize for my resilience, I found a family-sized multi-pack of sweets. Totally not worth it. Defeated and still panting, I returned to my station and placed the sweets on my desk alongside the fan. I decided then and there I would complete the order and then leave for the day, as I was clearly unfit to continue. My quote-unquote friends would certainly be getting an earful the next time I saw them. Location 4, LQL02P15. My headache by this point started to resemble something more like a fever, as I started to have hot flushes periodically that made me break out in a sweat. Yet I was still adamant about completing the order as to not dampen my reputation as being one to leave a job halfway done. The entrance to aisle Q. I don't know what it was that made me stop there so suddenly, but I felt as if I was being watched. Remaining at the entrance, I turned my head to the right. Nothing but my workstation, which is starting to feel like a sanctuary to me. When I turned my head to the left, however, the figure was back this time, with the back of their head facing me as they walked in the opposite direction. Hell! Squeak. Spinning my head back to the right, my trolley was back within arm's reach. Startled, I spun my head back to the left, only to find the figure gone again, sending a shiver down my spine. I've never had any vendetta towards my colleagues, and was even friendly enough with them to invite them to my wedding a year back. But now they were beginning to become a source of fear that I no longer wished to encounter for as long as this order were to last. Dragging the trolley down the aisle, the fever grew with intensity, beads of sweat trickling down my back and leaving a trail clearly indicating where I'd been. The product was a genuine leather wallet. Ever since I was young, I always wanted a wallet like that, with both my granddad and dad having one just like it. Young me believed that the day I owned a leather wallet was the day I became a man. I don't know why I never bought one, but with the pressure of bills piling up and new priorities stepping into my life like my partner, kid, and job, it forever remained as something to get around to. I picked up the wallet and placed it in the box on the trolley. Beep! The scanner had refreshed again, saying LQL02P15. Shrugging to myself, I picked up another wallet and placed it in the box. Beep! It happened again. This ritual of the scanner refreshing each time I placed a wallet in the box happened over 20 times until there were no longer any more wallets. Beep! Exhausted and drenched in sweat, I looked down at my scanner again as it read LQL03P15. Sighing, I pulled my trolley just below, raised the trolley slightly, and climbed on top as it shuddered beneath my weight and rolled slightly. Clinging onto level 3 to stabilize the trolley beneath me, I peered in. The pallet the products usually sit on was empty, save for a single wallet all the way at the back. Pressing my chest against the rim of level 3, I reached my arm in as far as it would go, straining against the resistance and my body's groans of disapproval. My fingertips barely grazed the side of it as I made a final push, jumping a little to grab it, the trolley beneath me giving way. Yelling in surprise, I was soon comforted by solid concrete as I thudded to the floor. My body ached, sending a sensation like being electrocuted all throughout my muscles. I sat up slightly on my hands, dazed, before propping myself back up onto my feet and placing the wallet in the box. Location 5, Le Lézard Pitrez. I started to feel a little better at this point regarding my headache, despite the newly appointed pain from the fall. Pulling the trolley along, I entered aisle E. It was hard to see in the dimmed lights, but it was evidently clear that aisle E had not been cleaned properly Thursday night, as my shoes would stick to the floor with a noticeable tug as it broke free each step I took. The trolley became harder to drag as its wheels started to become trapped in whatever was on the floor, but the product was only a couple steps away. So I pulled increasingly harder with each step I took, becoming admittedly more and more frustrated until I abandoned it completely, kicking the wheel and cursing under my breath as I left it. When I reached the product, it was a self-help book on anger management. Order 2100 was certainly our little comedian. Placing it in the box, I picked the box up and turned my back on the trolley, too tired to even free it from the aisle. Location 6, La Leona Persetta. I chuckled to myself when I saw this. After 3 products in a row that truly tested my patience, the fact this one was not far at all from my station was a welcome change. Leaving the box where it was, I walked down aisle A to position 7 and looked at the half-open box that lay there. Clearly, someone had already been here before me, but this could have been weeks ago, given that some products take longer to sell. Inside was a single smartphone. The package was demolished, revealing a screen that was smashed in several places. What I don't recall presently was hearing anything when I was in aisle A at the time, not even my own breathing. Even the storm, which could be heard throughout the order thus far, had grown completely silent. I didn't feel right giving this customer a broken phone and instead pressed enter on the scanner to see if there were any other locations with the same product.
There was...
Le L02 Looking up at level 2, I carefully searched through the boxes for a phone that was as close to pristine as possible, opting for one that had a tiny scuff on the bottom right corner of the package. Looking down, the scanner began to flash LA L01P07. I had never seen the scanner do this before, and it was clearly adamant that the broken phone was the correct one, so I surrendered to its command and walked back to my station, placing it inside the box. Location 7, LHL02P13. I recall hearing the storm again around this time. As I walked down past the aisles on my way to aisle H, I couldn't help but wonder how many more products were left. I was tired, drained in fact, in pain, and utterly defeated by the demands of Order 2100. As I passed aisle C, however, I swear with every ounce of my being that I saw someone there. This time they were looking at me. Realization overcoming me, I swiveled back around on my heel towards aisle C. Again, no one was there. This had happened too many times to be imaginary. It couldn't be. It shouldn't be. But if it wasn't, where did they go? Turning back towards aisle H, I saw the right side of a figure walk down it. Picking up the pace, I rounded the corner to H. The entire aisle, from bottom to top, and from the entrance to the end, was completely soaked in blood. The stench overpowering my senses, I fought back a flurry of heaving gags. Slipping in the pool of blood, I broke into a sprint towards the warehouse exit. This was the last straw. Someone or something was here, and it made sense to me that it was the reason for where all my colleagues had gone. Skidding as I rounded the corner, I tripped, rolling 3 times on the floor, stopping at the box for Order 2100 as I heard something moving across the floor. Beep! Looking down at the scanner, it read LXL01P05. The product was on the warehouse floor. Looking in the direction of where I heard the rolling was my coffee mug. The mug my son gave me. The mug that read World's Best Dad. There was nothing else on the warehouse floor to my knowledge. Is this what you want? You want me to finish your damn order? Oh, I'll finish it here and now. Picking up the mug, fury clouded my thoughts as I slammed it into the box, ceramic chunks flying out. There. Are you happy now? Beep! The scanner read LF06P06. There is no level 6, unless it meant the roof. Suddenly, loud banging was heard from overhead, the scanner beeping in quick succession to match each bang that echoed throughout the building. LD, LC, LB. Lay, LX01PL5. My throat began to tighten, my body shaking, tears running down my face as I turned behind me. The figure was directly in front of me, and this time it was facing me. Its skin was covered in a dirt-laden hexagonal pattern, almost like scales, which were only noticeable from being so up close. Eyes like two sunken pits of dark void, engulfed by deep strokes of amber that seemed to stare right to my very being and more. But besides all this, it looked normal. It looked like a man. Early 50s, receding dark hair that was beginning to go grey, and thin, pale lips that remained a permanent straight line while all still wearing the same orange vest. There was no malice in his complexion, but this scared me more than any sign of anger could. I remained frozen, staring at this figure, my mouth agape and quivering, my lips beginning to feel dry, and my heartbeat so fast I could feel it pulsing in my head. I gulped and spoke. What are you?" He, or rather it, didn't respond. It just remained standing, staring right at me inches away. I looked down at my scanner, which still displayed LXL01PO5. There was no point trying to reason with it as I turned on my heels and made for the exit. It was fast, unexplainably fast as it appeared, just as suddenly as it had before in front of me. I broke down into tears again. Please, I don't know. I don't know what you want." My words echoing throughout the warehouse, making me endure how pathetic I sounded. I knelt in front of it. There was no point trying to run, and even I knew that. It reached its arm out towards me ever so slowly. It knew it had me. It knew there was nothing I could do, and it was taking its time. Beep! The scanner read, "Lost connection to the network." Trying to reconnect. When I looked back up from the scanner, the figure was gone. I walked back over to my station. I couldn't bear to look in the box again. I placed my scanner down and walked out of the door and into the tempest. When I reached my car, I sat there a moment trying to wrap my head around what had just happened. The rain was coming down so hard at this point that it was nearly impossible to see out of the car window without the wipers going, but something out of the mist came towards me. I couldn't see what or who it was, but as soon as I saw that orange vest, I turned the key in the ignition and drove like a bat out of hell out of the parking lot. Given that it was still before 5 p.m, the roads were empty, and my wife and son were still at work and school by the time I arrived home. My boss called me countless times asking, "Where did you go? Please come back," and the all too sweet admiration that I was the employee that the company had envisioned for the role. I told him each time that I had quit and would not return. As I'm writing this, I received a further 2 calls from my boss asking how I was. I still haven't seen my family, and it's getting late. They haven't responded to any of my calls. I don't know if they've gone to my mother-in-law's or what.
I don't know what's going on, but if anyone is reading this,
Please use what I have said here as some level of advice. I pray you end up in a better fate than me, but I pray even more for my sanity and for my family who may be affected. I'm a mess. I feel as if that thing is still here, still following me. Even now, my orange vest hanging at the end of the dark corridor behind me is sending shivers down my spine. I don't remember putting it there, but I don't remember much of what I did after getting home after what happened today. As soon as I post this, I'm going to get rid of it. I don't even know where to begin, but I do know that this isn't in my head, and it's getting worse. It all started about 2 weeks ago as I was heading into my work, a large corporate building in the city centre. I can't drive, so the bus commute takes me about 30 minutes from my home. Nothing was out of the ordinary that day, and I got off at the usual stop across the street from my work. Between the bus stop and the door was a small area with benches and trees throwing dappled shadows across the cobblestone. I started walking towards the building when something caught my eye. It was a shadow. The shadow fell down over an empty bench from the tree above, except it didn't fall right. The shadow appeared to mold itself around an unseen shape, hugging tightly around something. It was so strange that I stopped dead in my tracks, squinting my eyes trying to understand what it was I was looking at. That's when, for just a split second, I could make out the contours of a face. Shadows pouring into where eye sockets would be and curving around a head. I shook my head out of instinct and pushed down the uneasy feeling inside my gut. I started speed walking towards the safety of the door. I knew that there wasn't anything wrong, and I probably just saw a strange trick of the light. But knowing that fact didn't stop my hammering heart. As I passed the bench, I couldn't stop my eyes from flicking to the side. It wasn't there anymore. I sighed in relief and continued on my way. Finally reaching the door to my building, I pulled it open and moved inside. I wish I hadn't looked back then. Maybe that third look was what sealed my fate. I looked over at the bench through the glass door as I closed it behind me. The thing was there, barely visible as the dappled shadows of leaves moved over it. Then it moved. The shadows on the face shifted as the head turned and faced me. I could feel it looking at me through the glass door. I quickly turned and made my way to my desk. It took me a few minutes to calm down and rationalize the situation to myself, so thoroughly that I assumed I was sleep-deprived and didn't see anything weird. So the rest of the day went by as normal. Everyday boring office tasks and meetings kept my mind occupied. By the time the workday was over, I had completely forgotten my encounter. As I headed out the doorway, I pulled up my collar against the icy wind that had picked up after the sun went down. I checked my watch and knew the bus would stop at any moment, and I needed to hustle across the street to make it. I started lightly jogging towards the stop when I saw movement. My first assumption was that a small bird may have just flown out of one of the tree branches. As my head turned towards the motion, my blood went ice cold. It was the bench from this morning, and it was still empty. I didn't see the shape, but somehow I knew it was there. I snapped my head to the front and sprinted towards the stop with extra vigor. I finally reached the small bus stop, and slightly out of breath, I chastised myself for being such a scaredy cat. As a woman who commutes alone at night, there was plenty of real dangers to be scared of, and here I was afraid of a shadow. As I was thinking about how silly I was being, the bus came around the corner and stopped in front of me. I stepped inside and paid my fare before moving into the nearest empty seat. The window next to my seat faced towards the office building and benches. As stupid as I was convincing myself this whole scenario was, I also couldn't find the courage to look back. I was scared to confirm my own suspicions. As the bus started crawling away from its spot, I hazarded a quick glance towards the bench. I didn't see anything there and sighed in relief. A relief that poured out of my body the second I turned my head back and saw it again. The bus's lights were throwing reflections and shadows across the bus stop, and they weren't falling right. The invisible shape of a man stood next to the stop, its body facing towards me, until there was no more light and shadow to illuminate it anymore. I sank back down into my seat and tried to focus on not crying. That was the first time I saw it, but unfortunately not the last. And so an awful routine fell into place. Each morning I would get off the bus and see the shadow sitting on its bench. I would even catch it turning its head to face the bus a few times. I would rush past where it was go to work, and each night it would wait for me at the bus stop. One morning, it was even seated on the bench next to a woman on her phone. She didn't seem to notice it at all, even though to me its silhouette and shape were painfully obvious. I asked one of my more friendly co-workers, John, to join me for lunch outside about 3 days ago. I wanted to see if someone else would independently see it. We both walked out the glass door, and I could immediately see the shape, waiting for me at its bench. I swallowed down all my panic, and as casually as possible pointed out the bench to John, who without any hesitation walked towards it and sat down right next to it. I stood in front of him as he sat and flicked my eyes over to the shape every few seconds. This was the first time I saw it up close. The shadow from the trees fell over its form and molded around it. It seemed to have a masculine shape, and it was bigger than I had first assumed. At one point, John took a bite of his sandwich and gestured towards the seat next to him. "Want to sit down?" he asked me, and I glanced towards the bench. The shape then moved faster than it had before. Its head, which until now had been facing John, shot up and faced me as much as something without a face can. The intensity and purposeful nature of this made me feel ill immediately. I felt as if it was staring at me, waiting for me to sit where it was, to get closer to it. I instinctively took a step away from the bench and made a lame excuse to John that I needed to go back inside. He seemed a little confused, but stood up and we went back inside together. I spent the rest of the day worrying that I might be losing my mind. Surely if an invisible man was hanging around outside for weeks, I wouldn't be the only one that noticed. That night I left the office later than usual to catch up on some work. I left the office just 5 minutes before the last bus of the night would come around. I looked down at the bus stop, and confusion and dread filled my heart when I saw no shape waiting there. I glanced over at the bench and saw nothing there as well. I should have been glad that the thing wasn't there, but I couldn't escape the fear that came from no longer knowing where it would be. I didn't have time to worry about it either way, as the bus came to a halt at the stop. I sprinted across the area and pushed myself through the door of the bus into its safety. The door closed behind me as I looked out at the seats looking for an open one. And there it was, barely visible in the dim light streaming through the windows outside. It was seated by itself on a bench, its head facing me. I almost screamed when I saw it and took steps backwards, almost falling over a woman's baggage. I felt the eyes of the other passengers on me as I panicked internally. This thing was inside the bus with me. I swallowed fear as I scrambled to the seat furthest away from it and fell down next to an elderly man. I sank down low in the seat, trying to hide myself from its gaze. The old man seemed to notice this and leaned over. "Miss, are you all right?" he asked quietly. Probably didn't want to embarrass me in a full bus. I felt a rogue tear stream down my face. I took a chance and whispered back to him as quietly as possible. "Can you see someone sitting 3 rows back on the left?" My voice was barely audible. A part of me was terrified that thing may hear me. The old man furrowed his bushy white brows and slowly raised his head up to peek over the back of the seat in the direction I had given. He squinted and tilted his head slightly after a second. There was confusion in his eyes. He turned back around and looked me over again. "I don't see anything," he said quickly and turned away from me. His entire posture and demeanor had immediately shifted into distrust. He probably assumed I was a crazy person and didn't want to be involved, but that moment where I saw confusion in his eyes stuck with me. It was a look of disbelief you would have if you saw something impossible. I sank even lower in my seat, my face red with embarrassment. The old man almost purposefully didn't look my way again and turned his body away as well. At the next stop, the man quickly stood up and moved towards the front, leaving me alone on the bench. As the door opened and he was about to step off, he made eye contact with me again before his eyes snapped behind me. His eyes looked fearful as he quickly hopped off the bus. I sat frouncing in my seat as the bus started driving again, leaving the man alone in the street, staring through the bus windows at me. I sat low in my seat the rest of the way home, afraid to move, and knowing that if I got off the bus, there wouldn't be another bus until the next morning. I tried to distract myself as best I could, but it still felt like the longest 30 minutes of my life. As the bus started approaching my block, my stomach continued to sink deeper into my shoes. I was terrified that it would know where I lived now, but I had literally no choice. So I decided to make a risky play by waiting till the last second to get off the bus. Hopefully that thing wouldn't be quick enough to follow me. The fact that this thing could probably move through walls was a thought I entertained for only a moment, because if that were the case, I wouldn't be able to stop it anyway. As the bus stopped on my block, I stayed seated, watching the doors open. My entire body felt wired as I waited for my chance. As I timed it out in my head, the last moment finally came, and the driver shifted in his seat to reach for the door close. I jumped up and damn near sprinted off the bus. I fell out of the doors and took multiple steps away from them. I was breathing harshly and my hands clutched my bag so tightly my fingers were white. I turned as I heard the doors close behind me. I stood and stared at the door of the bus. Behind the glass on the other side of the door, it stood staring down at me. It was right on my heels. It must have barely missed the opening in the door. Then the shadows shifted as it moved in a way I couldn't decipher at first, getting closer to the window of the door. I stared back horrified as the head pressed up right against the glass. White wisps of condensation of hot breath on cold glass appeared over its mouth. The bus had started moving at this point, but I stood rooted in place, unable to process what I was even seeing. I watched as it moved rapidly from the door, though the bus trying to remain in my view through the windows until it came to a standstill in the back of the bus, staring at me through the window. As the bus disappeared from view, I became aware again and held back sobs as I sprinted, the entire way home not taking a moment to stop until I was behind my locked apartment door. I crumpled into a shaking ball of tears when I was finally home. I didn't know who to tell or what to do. I know I am not crazy and I don't take any drugs. I closed every single curtain in my house and double-checked everything that could lock. I was convinced that whatever that thing was, it wouldn't stop at just following me on the bus. I was unfortunately completely right. That brings us to yesterday, where it was mercifully a Saturday, which meant no buses. I tried to calm my shot nerves best I could at home, but eventually decided going to see my parents would be the best help. They lived a walkable distance away from me, and so I committed to going over and possibly staying the night. I packed some extra clothes in a bag and grabbed my things. I locked my apartment and made my way down the stairs and out the front door. A scream escaped my lips before I could even stop myself. It was standing in the doorway to my apartment building. I had nearly walked right through it. I stumbled backwards and slammed the door closed, crying as I moved away from the doorway. A neighbor who had been collecting mail came over to help, but I couldn't explain. What could I say? I just sprinted back up to my apartment as fast as I could and locked it behind me. I picked up my phone and called my father. I was so frazzled, I'm sure I didn't make any sense trying to explain to him on the phone what was wrong. He said he'd be right over, and I hung up the phone and locked myself in my bathroom with a kitchen knife. Sometime later, my bell rang, and I forced myself out of the locked bathroom to open the door for my father. His face looked deeply concerned as I opened the door, and he got a look at me. I was so relieved that I hugged him close and cried. He hugged me back and gently moved me into the apartment and closed the door behind him. I sat down on the couch and he took a seat across from me. "What's wrong? Did something happen at work?" he asked softly, clearly concerned but also confused. In that moment I contemplated my options. Could I even tell him the truth without looking like I was losing my mind? I bit my lip and weighed my options, eventually settling on a half-truth. "I think someone has been following me home from the office. I haven't been able to get a good look at him, but I feel like I am going crazy," I admitted. I didn't want to lie, but I wasn't going to mention the detail that the stalker is invisible to anyone until I absolutely have to. My father immediately had plenty of questions that I didn't have answers to. We settled on the fact that involving the police at this stage wouldn't really work, as I had no witnesses, evidence, or even a description. Instead, my father agreed to stay the night at my home and then go with me to purchase some self-defense tools the next day. I did feel a lot safer having him around, and it started to ease some of the stress I had been building up the past 2 weeks. I made us some pasta for dinner and made a temporary bed on the couch for my father. We ended up watching old movies on the couch together until we both fell asleep. I startled awake around 2 a.m. to the sound of a gunfight roaring from the TV that was still on. I looked over at my father, snoring contently on the couch, and pulled a blanket up around him. I muted the TV and walked into the kitchen to get some water before I went back to my room. I stood in front of the fridge and filled my glass with water. In my apartment, most of it is open concept, so I could see the front door from where I stood in the kitchen. My eyes fell on the front door and lingered there, unsure why something seemed off with it. Then I spotted it, the small gap underneath the door that let a thin sliver of light into my dark apartment. It had 2 gaps where the light was being blocked. Legs. Someone was standing in front of my door, blocking the light. I started shaking and moved as quietly as possible to the couch where my dad was still asleep. I never took my eyes off the door as I nudged my father to wake him. He opened one eye lazily and saw me crouching next to him and opened the other. Any sign of sleep my father had before he noticed my expression vanished as he turned quickly, eyes wide, and faced me. I placed a shushing finger over my mouth and then pointed towards my front door. My father looked towards the door, and I saw him looking for the problem before his eyes glanced down at the gap. I could see the goosebumps raise on his arms as he quietly maneuvered his way off the couch towards my kitchen. He reached inside my knife block for a weapon and crawled towards the doorway. I sat still and stiff on my hands and knees next to the couch watching him approach. He took a last glance at me before moving towards my peephole. He placed his face against it and peeked outside. I could see the tension in his body release slightly and be replaced with hesitation as he pulled his head away from the peephole and looked down at the gap where the shadow of legs still stood. Before I could even stop him, he reached up and quickly as he could unlocked the door and swung it open. A noise of protest caught in my throat and died away there as the hallway stood empty and illuminated behind my door. My father peeked out and looked down both ends of the hallway before closing and locking the door behind him. He turned to face me and his expression was hard to read. "Must have been a trick of the light," he said in a hushed tone as he came over to me and helped me to my feet. I stood there silently staring at the door, waiting for the shadows to return, but they didn't. I ended up sitting in the chair in the living room watching the door as my dad eventually fell asleep again. The shadows didn't return again, and eventually the sunlight beaming through my windows eased my fear enough for me sleep a bit. When my dad woke me this morning, I felt like crap. We had some coffee discussing my options if I did have stalker. My father promised to go out shopping for me today to get me a Ring camera and some new, stronger door locks. I thanked him for dealing with me and he left. I went about my usual Sunday routine as best I could, and things felt like they were dying down as the late afternoon rolled around and the sun rays started pouring into my apartment. I decided I needed some advice and Saturday down in the living room to write up this post. While I've been writing though, I've been feeling worse and worse. I looked up a few minutes ago and saw a beam of light hit and bend around something as it quickly moved into my bathroom. I think it's in my house now. I don't know what to do. My dad should be back soon, but I am too terrified to move. I can see it watching me through the gap of my bathroom door. Its body is moving in a strange way now. It looks like it's panting or shaking with excitement. The dark shadows of my bathroom fold around its body, and it looks bigger than before. Much bigger, as if its body expanded to fill the space of the room it's in. I can't move. I don't know what to do. Plessy, someone help. Hi, my name is Michael Blackburn. I'm 25 years old, and I don't trust vegans. It's not because of the reasons you might think. I don't trust vegans not because of their obnoxious, overbearing, pick-me personalities, although those that specifically turn being vegan into their only attribute and try to force everyone around them into veganism are especially annoying. No, I don't trust vegans because my ex was a vegan, and Neil, well, he was an asshole. He didn't start out that way though. I suppose nobody really does. Neil was more like my knight in shining armor in the beginning. He rescued me, literally and figuratively. Neil and I met when I was going through a tough time. I'd just broken up with my ex, Stephen. Things weren't the best at work. I worked for a really competitive marketing agency, and with all that going on, my rent doubled and the lease on my apartment was about to end. I needed to find somewhere more affordable to live, which in Denver was nigh impossible. I convinced myself a hike was just the thing I needed to clear my head. The Colorado Trail is where I found myself the day I met Neil. I'd gone on a few hikes before, all shorter trails than the Colorado Trail, of course, but never so far and by myself. Since I went alone and was a relative beginner, hiking the entire trail was a no-go. The entirety of the Colorado Trail takes 4 to 6 weeks to hike. Instead, that hike was going to be from the Waterton Canyon Trailhead to the South Platte River Trailhead, the first segment of the trail, over the course of a weekend. Day 1. I'd hike the 7 or so hours to the end of the segment and set up camp for the night. Day 2 would be spent hiking back down to the start of the trail and to my car. Overall, I'd be hiking about 32 miles there and back, 16 miles each day. My end goal was to be too exhausted to even think about the breakup and the numerous other problems in my life. The first day went fine, if not a little long. The skies had been clear. The breeze was nice, and the terrain wasn't too bad. It got a little tough at times, be it the steep and somewhat slick pathway or the quickly thinning air as I gained altitude. I had gone in the spring too, so that meant I was bug and mosquito food. But At the end of the day, the view was amazing and made all the hardships worth it. I had set off on the trail early in the morning, beginning the hike at about 8 a.m. Factor in the estimated time for the first section and a couple half-hour breaks. I ended up reaching my campsite around 4 p.m. That gave me plenty of time to set up my tent and enjoy a nice dinner of roasted hot dogs and a can of baked beans before the sun set. As I wound down and enjoyed my little feast that evening, I noticed a couple of storm clouds rolling in past the pastel horizon. I thought nothing of it at the time. As the storm didn't look too menacing, I knew my tent could take whatever was thrown at it. In fact, I welcomed a little bit of rain. It had gotten very warm during the hike that day. A light storm was just the thing to cool the air down a bit. As soon as I had gone to bed, I heard little patters of raindrops falling onto the outside of my tent. I had been exhausted, but content and sleep easily overtook me. The sound of rain and light rumbles of thunder in the distance had only aided me to my dreams. At some point that night, the storm passed. What I hadn't realized was the fog that would settle over the mountain range. Imagine my surprise the next morning when I crawled out of my tent and could barely see 5 feet in front of me. The fog itself was so thick, sticky, and utterly overbearing. I tried to wait out the fog for an hour, but it seemed to be stagnant and unwavering, having wasted enough time. I packed up camp and tried my best to hike down the trail. I'd needed to get back before sundown in order to make it to work in time the next morning. Somewhere along the way, I had taken a wrong turn and gotten myself lost. Only when the fog dissipated for just a moment did I come to realize my unfamiliar surroundings and the grave error I'd made. Also, in that brief moment, did this ominous feeling overcome me, like I was being watched, stalked. Right before the fog thickened again, I could have sworn I'd seen a dark silhouette move off somewhere in the distant tree line. A twig had broken somewhere close by and had pushed me over the edge. Like a dumbass, I just picked a direction and ran, forgetting about the fog entirely. The fog most definitely didn't forget about me, or the slick rocks that I slipped on shortly after making my getaway. In a panicked effort to overcorrect my falling momentum and lessen the impact, I shifted weirdly, achieving the entire opposite outcome I was hoping for. My left foot twisted at an awkward angle as it connected to the ground. I held my scream in as a sharp, stinging pain radiated from my ankle. After a moment of rest, I picked myself up, trying to see if I could hold weight on that foot. The pain resulting from the attempt confirmed that I should try to avoid doing that at all costs. I had sprained it, at worst broken it. After finding a decent walking stick, I managed to limp my way around, in search of rescue or the trail. I'd been lost for about 6 hours before he found me. It was late afternoon at that point, nearly evening. I'd been resting on a random boulder in a clearing, munching on a protein bar. Thoughts of trying to survive after the sun went down occupied my mind. I'd been so lost in thought, I hadn't noticed Neil slowly approaching me. A soft "hey" left his mouth as he emerged from the tree line. Startled, I yelped, then grabbed my walking stick and held it out defensively as a weapon. "Relax, I'm not going to hurt you," the strange man had clarified. "That's reassuring," I huffed. "How do I know I can trust you? We're in the middle of nowhere." The beautiful stranger slowly walked towards me. When at an appropriate length away, he stuck his hand out for me to shake. "I'm Neil Yen." Hesitantly, I shook his hand back, eyeing the man up and down suspiciously. He was tall and lanky. He had green eyes, short black hair, and was not dressed to be hiking. He wore slides, a pair of sweatpants and a blue and white striped V-neck. Neil looked like he was trying to be the Asian version of Harry Styles. "We're not in the middle of nowhere, by the way," Neil commented. I stared at the mountainside behind him, unamused. He conceded. "Okay, fine, we're in the middle of nowhere, but my cabin isn't too far away from here. One of my trail cams caught you walking past it. I saw you were injured and came looking for you. That's not creepy at all," I muttered under my breath. Neil let out a frustrated sigh. "Fine, I'll leave you and that stick of yours to spend the night right in the middle of cougar territory." He then pivoted on the balls of his feet, back towards the tree line. No, I pleaded suddenly, almost falling off the boulder. Neil turned around and looked at me quizzically. I cleared my throat and composed myself. How far away is this cabin of yours? Neil smiled before walking over and helping me to my feet. See you Monday. The ATV is this way. After finally making it to Neil's ATV, I was surprised he'd made it that far wearing those clothes. So, do you have a name? Neil asked after I took my seat on the passenger side. He'd tried to take my walking stick away from me and put it in the back, but I clung onto it, just in case I needed it for protection. Mikhail. Neil started the ATV and began driving off, presumably to his cabin. Well, Mikhail, it's nice to meet you. Inexplicably, I somehow felt safe in Neil's presence. Yes, at first, there was the initial hesitation and paranoia that he was a serial killer. But after that short walk, seeing how caring and gentle he'd been with me, my opinion of him was starting to change. That's how I rationalized why I was able to drift off to sleep during the ride anyway. I awoke somewhere warm and cozy. I had been on a couch. A fire in the fireplace beside me filled the air with sizzles and cracks. My memories came back to me after a second, and I deduced this must have been Neil's living room. Lifting the Indian blanket that was draped over me revealed my injured foot had been elevated on a pillow and expertly bandaged. What the? I know my way around the human body, Neil responded from behind me. I stood and turned around, scrunching my eyebrows, finding that an odd choice of words. He was holding 2 steaming mugs in his hands. Are you a doctor or something? Neil handed me a mug. It was full of some sort of tea. I placed it down on the coffee table. I don't like tea. No.
An artist,
He replied. I then took a closer look around his living room. There was barely any unoccupied space on his walls. Charcoal and watercolor paintings and portraits of strange creatures and weird-looking dragons were everywhere. You painted all these? I asked, impressed. Neil nodded proudly. A silent, awkward tension formed between us. Neil nervously scratched behind his ear. Sorry, I'm not really good with people. Oh crap, I shouted, looking out the windows, noticing it was dark outside. What's wrong? What is it? Neil asked, concerned. What time is it? I've got to get down the mountain. I'll lose my job if I don't show up in the morning. Calm down, Mikhail, Neil said, gently sitting me back down on the couch. You're in no condition to be going anywhere right now. Do you at least have phone service up here? I need to make some calls and let my work know what's going on. No, I don't, Neil answered. Well, I also need a doctor, and you just told me you weren't one. So, I also told you I know a thing or two about the human body. Why don't you let me take care of your job tomorrow? I also told you I know a thing or two about the human body. Why don't you let me take care of your job tomorrow? I let out a disbelieving laugh. Listen, I'm grateful for the help. Really, I truly am. I just don't know you, and I'm certainly not going to let you talk to my job. I'll tell you what. I'll drive us down to where we can get some cell service, and I'll let you make your calls. Then I'll get some medical supplies for your foot and we'll come back. If you think I'm staying cooped up here for an unspecified amount of time, you're crazy. I tried to stand up and get away from this crazy man, but I slipped and almost ended up falling on my ass. Neil reacted in time and caught me. We stared into each other's eyes for a minute before he gently sat me back on the couch. I cleared my throat, waiting for the butterflies in my stomach to disappear. Not an unspecified amount of time, just a few days, only until you can walk on your feet better. Then I'll take you home. Just think about it for the night. Okay? He asked, leaving the room. He didn't hear it, but I'd said softly, okay. A minute later, Neil emerged from his kitchen holding 2 large wooden bowls. In them were giant portions of a delicious-looking salad. Want some food? What are you? A vegetarian? I asked, sarcastically, taking the giant bowl from him. He sat down on the other side of the couch and dug in. There were large pieces of lettuce, kale, and a couple other greens and vegetables I couldn't quite place. Chopped nuts and a sweet oriental sauce were drizzled on top. The tea Neil had served me earlier most definitely would have paired well with the salad. "I'm a vegan," he replied. The next day, we drove down the mountain in Neil's blue Jeep. I only managed to call my manager and greet him before Neil ripped the phone out of my hands. He then left me in the Jeep while he talked to my boss. He came back with a giant smile plastered on his face. Neil had somehow convinced my boss to put me on paid medical leave until my ankle was fully healed. And if I got really fidgety during the healing process, I'd be able to work remotely. I don't know what Neil said or what he did, but he lessened the heavy load on my shoulders after doing that. He made it so I could focus on healing instead of working. Neil then drove into town and found a pharmacy. He gave me a pleading look right before he went in. That look said he'd understand if I wasn't there when he got back, but he'd be sad if I left. I don't know what compelled me to stay, but I did. Neil was overjoyed to still find me sitting in the passenger seat of his car. We drove back up the mountain and I showered, with Neil fashioning me a nice splint and re-wrapping my foot when I was done. I fell asleep on the couch sometime after. When I woke up later that afternoon, Neil was nowhere in sight. His absence gave me an opportunity to properly explore my surroundings. The first thing I investigated was the kitchen. I stole a granola bar from Neil's pantry as I looked around. He wasn't kidding about being a vegan. The fridge was full of all kinds of fruits and vegetables. His cabinets contained all different types of nuts and grains. No meat or animal products in sight. The kitchen itself was pretty small, but chic. There was a small gas stove, a microwave, sink, and beautifully chiseled granite countertops. The flooring, like it was throughout the entire cabin, was a dark stained hardwood. I left the kitchen and found the adjacent dining room. A small, 4-person table occupied the space. Dark wooden chairs accompanied the piece of furniture. More of Neil's artwork hung on the walls. Most of the pieces depicted a weird-looking dragon creature. It had a flat face, shaped like a lion's. 2 huge horns sat on its head, and a set of razor-sharp teeth jutted out of its mouth. By the looks of it, it was huge. It could be described as a dragon, mixed with an ox-like appearance. I made my way back to the master bed and bathroom, where I'd showered earlier. Neil kept his room. His house. Very tidy. His king-sized bed was made and his blackout curtains drawn, cloaking the room in darkness. The only other pieces of furniture were a set of nightstands and a dresser. A large mirror was perched on top of Neil's dresser. Peculiarly, there had been a cloth hung over its reflective surface. There were no pictures of friends and family or drawings in there. The walls were completely barren, leaving me nothing that told me about the kind of person Neil was. I strolled out of the bedroom and back into the living room. The cabin was 1 floor and I'd searched it thoroughly, not finding Neil. I figured he was outside somewhere and left through the front door. His porch was small and rickety. A rocking chair and small table beside it were the only things indicating that someone occupied the place. Weeds and overgrown bushes littered the sides of the house. The driveway was dirt. Go figure. Neil lived in the mountains. I followed a small, almost hidden, stone path along the side of the house to the backyard. Phew, this place is a dump, I commented after finding Neil on his back patio at the end of my little stroll around the cabin. Neil had set up an easel and large canvas. He was in the middle of painting another sort of creature using charcoal. The grass in the backyard was overgrown and weeds pushed through the terracotta tiling, cracking them. Neil's property had so much potential to be exquisitely beautiful. It had been a shame that it was in such a state of disrepair. "It's my dump," Neil said as he continued making strokes on his canvas, brushing the insult off completely. "What are you doing walking around? You should be resting." I shrugged my shoulders, felt like exploring. A quiet moment passed as Neil continued his artwork. "What is that anyway?" I asked as he sketched another weird dragon-looking thing. "There's like a million others hanging up in the cabin." "It's a neon," he explained. "A what now?" I asked, perplexed. It sounded like he'd just spoken gibberish. "Enyen," Neil sounded out slowly and phonetically for me. "It's a creature from Chinese mythology." "Well, you learn something new every day," was all I could think to say. "Why does it seem so familiar?" The neon is associated with Chinese New Year, Neil answered. You've probably seen the giant puppet version that people parade around in on TV somewhere. That, and I've got a bunch of paintings of it hanging up inside. I nodded my head. Ah, makes sense. Another moment passed. Interesting, I said, thinking back on possible shows and movies I'd seen the creature in. Neil then put the piece of charcoal down, wiping the black dust off the tips of his fingers on his pants. See you Monday. Let's get you back inside before you catch a fever. Neil tried to grab my arm to take the brunt of my weight, but I stubbornly shrugged him off. He opted to walk by my side as I pathetically limped around instead. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't just depend on Neil to do everything for me. Hey Neil, would you paint me like one of your French girls? I asked, sitting back down on the couch. He Saturday next to me, closer than the previous night. Sure, one day maybe, Neil said with a boisterous laugh, unknowingly beginning to lightly slap my outer thigh. When his laughing fit was over with, his large but gentle hand lingered on that part of my body. Neil had then realized his actions and quickly stood up, awkwardly clearing his throat. A familiar heat burned in my cheeks. I'd been blushing. Suddenly he spoke. It's getting late. I should go make something for dinner. Can you make that salad again? It was really good, I requested, propping my foot up, making myself comfortable. Neil's smile returned as he politely nodded. He then made his way to the kitchen where I heard him start preparing our meal. As I Saturday there, I found I was starting to like Neil's smile. Over the course of those next couple days, Neil tended to me as my injury healed. We slowly began to trust one another more and began opening up. I learned that his parents had died when he was a relatively young age. He'd gotten into some trouble in his youth and ended up living as a hermit in the mountains because he wasn't good with people. Neil learned that I was originally from Utah, had been disowned by my highly religious family for being attracted to men, and that I was not the experienced hiker I thought I was. He didn't seem to mind my sexuality, which was a plus, and found my hiking prowess joke to be quite funny. Eventually, after a day of complaining that I had none of my things or my comfy clothes to wear, Neil brought me back down the mountain and to my apartment. I'd done a really dumb, impulsive thing. After arriving at my apartment, I thought we'd bonded and formed a connection up in his cabin. So, before he left, I kissed him. Neil was stunned at first. His silence scared me. I felt like shit and apologized a million times, not knowing his sexuality or asking him for consent. I stood there in the doorway of my apartment waiting to be slapped or screamed at. Instead, Neil just kissed me back. Before I knew it, we were both in my bedroom with our clothes off. Needless to say, we might have set my healing progress back a bit that day. That's the fast-track version of how we became a couple anyway. I know. So far, I've portrayed Neil as this kind, caring stranger, and our 2-year relationship as something out of a romance novel. But that's not the whole story. Neil, well, he'd always been sort of peculiar. I'd known that from the beginning. Over the course of our relationship, these small things would happen, seemingly randomly. But if you cluster them together, looking back over a period of years, a sort of pattern emerges. Neil hated like every holiday for one thing. The 4th of July, New Year's, Chinese New Year. Neil especially hated that day for some reason. Basically, any day that was celebrated with fireworks, Neil couldn't stand. Don't even get me started on Halloween. Thanksgiving, because he was a vegan. Duh. That one was the only understandable gripe. Neil barely tolerated Christmas. Barely. It's Christmas, for Christ's sake. I'd also come to learn that Neil could be kind of pushy too. We almost broke up because of our dietary differences. I was adamant we could both have our diets, and I was even willing to eat less animal products for his sake. Neil, on the other hand, insisted I strictly eat vegan, even when he wasn't around. Then during one fight, he said it was a deal-breaker thing, so to appease him, I became a vegan. He'd always say he could tell when I ate meat and that he could smell it on my breath. Anyway, other than all that, there's one incident I constantly look back on when thinking of Neil. It happened when I was fixing the cabin up after my ankle had fully healed. As a thank you to Neil for his kindness, I decided I'd do some much-needed work around the cabin and bring some life into the property. I had just finished the outside of the house. I spruced the front yard up by planting white lilies, red roses, and purple peonies. I revamped the back patio by pulling the weeds, fixing the tiles, and stringing up canopy lights. I also found a cheap, but nice-looking, patio set that I put out there. The best and important thing about the backyard was that there was still room for Neil to paint out there. The outside was practically perfect, but my next task was to start working on the inside. Before I could start redecorating, though, the walls needed a fresh coat of paint, and they needed just a little pop, so I was going to paint a couple of the walls a majestic deep red. I'd been in the living room, just having painted a few strokes on the wall, when Neil walked in the front door. He hadn't been supposed to be back for a couple more hours. I became displeased since I was trying to surprise him with the paint job. I hadn't told him I was doing it. What are you doing?" Neil asked as he noticed the red streaks on his wall. "I'm painting, darling. What does it look like?" Another stroke of my brush resulted in another red streak. Neil's eyes went wide and he started to freak a little. "Stop that!" I stopped painting as requested. "What? Why? It's a lovely color." "I don't appreciate the color red." "Michelle," Neil grumbled under his breath, balling his fists up. "Is that like a Chinese thing, not liking red?" I asked. "Wow," Neil gasped. "That's like really racist." "Michelle, and you're like really Chinese, Neil," I retorted. Neil scoffed and crossed his arms into his chest before nodding his head disapprovingly. "You're not really redeeming yourself here." "Oh, really?" I said, mischievously raising an eyebrow. I set my paintbrush down and stalked behind him, beginning to seductively rub his shoulders. I whispered into his ear, "How can I redeem myself?" Then, "Don't paint my walls red," Neil responded bluntly, my sexual advances not improving his mood like I'd planned. I groaned in frustration as I put the lid back on my red paint. I looked at the rusty eggshell-colored wall disapprovingly. "You're lucky I have some paint I can spare," was the last thing Neil said on that matter. It took me a couple more days, but my home makeover was eventually completed. The space seemed lighter when I was done with it. Happier. Neil really liked it too. He didn't say it in words, but with his actions, I could just tell he liked having the touch of another man in his home. He liked it so much, we threw a little party after the makeover was done, just the two of us. There, Neil asked me to move in with him. He'd said, seeing as I'd put so much effort into fixing the place up, it'd be a shame if I didn't get to live in it. The prospect of taking the next step forward in our relationship was exhilarating. It was so exciting, in fact, that I brushed the red paint incident off like it was just another one of Neil's cute quirks. The day we met was also the day we broke up, the 2-year anniversary of when Neil found me lost on the mountainside. It was also the day I was planning to propose to him. I was a wreck that day, a bundle of nerves and excitement. The engagement had been thoroughly thought out and planned, just needed to be executed, without a hitch, I might add. Of course, God laughs when you have a plan. Neil had an art installation which meant he'd be gone for most of the day. Fine with me since I had a lot to set up. My plan was to romance the shit out of Neil so he'd say yes. Most of the day was spent setting up this grand and romantic spot in the backyard. I had ordered a giant heart made out of roses, white because at that point, Neil's disdain for red had been embedded in my brain. There was the path of flower petals from the back door to the heart, a bajillion tiny candles, and these adorable little paper lanterns that fastened over the string lights above the patio. The whole 9 yards. The engagement ring had been ready for weeks at that point, living in my pocket since picking it out at the jeweler's. All that was left was to pick up dinner. Now, Neil and I's favorite food joint was this little hole-in-the-wall Chinese restaurant. The food was really greasy, salty, and there were vegetarian and vegan alternatives. We always got the same thing, the impossible steak lo mein. That night I picked up our usual to-go order, but made a slight deviation. The truth is, I hadn't gone completely vegan. Every now and then, when Neil wasn't around, I'd sneak some steak or chicken here or there. Since it was a special occasion, I decided to order myself the regular steak lo mein with extra steak. I also asked for extra impossible meat for Neil so he wouldn't get suspicious. I thanked the workers after acquiring and paying for the food, who wished me luck after I told them my plan, and then I set back off to the cabin in my Ford Explorer. I didn't get home until about 7, 30 minutes before Neil was set to arrive. Everything was going well until Neil got home. The love spot was ready. The dining room table was set. The only thing left to do was put out our food. I was in the middle of plating our food when Neil walked through the door. My heart started racing and my palms got sweaty. My brain kind of melted and turned to mush as I became a complete nervous wreck. I took off to the living room to greet my soon-to-be fiancé. Neil immediately clocked that something was off the second he saw me, probably because I was a pale, vibrating mess. "What's going on?" Neil had asked suspiciously. He looked me up and down, noting the navy blue suit I wore. "It's the 2-year anniversary of when we first met." Silly. I played it off somewhat smoothly. We never really did anything too fancy for our anniversary the year before, and I was not known to be seen in formal wear. I thought I'd do something special. "Right," Neil said, squinting at me. It was obvious he didn't know what to make of the situation. He most definitely hadn't suspected that I was going to propose to him. "Come, sit at the table." Neil followed me to our dining room table and promptly took his seat after I'd pulled his seat out for him. After he was seated, I sprinted to the kitchen and finished shoveling food onto our plates. Neil smiled when he'd seen I'd gotten our favorite. "This looks like a lovely meal." "Thank you." "Dig in," I said, initiating the meal. Neil obliged by taking a big first bite. His eyes rolled to the back of his head as his tongue tasted the delicious faux meat. Neil let out an almost sensual moan. "Oh, this is so good." I smiled with delight, about to take my own bite, when I realized something was missing. I'd forget to pour our wine. I raced to the kitchen to grab our best bottle of white. I grabbed 2 wine glasses out of the cabinet, then returned to the table. I set the glasses down and poured us each a decent amount. I took my seat, then took a sip of wine. Neil had another large mouthful of food in his mouth. "So, how did the installment go?" I asked, taking my first bite. It tasted good. Normal. I slipped my hand in the pocket with the ring box. I fidgeted with it nervously. However, Neil didn't answer me. He was too busy shoveling mouthfuls of lo mein into his face. "Relax. It's all yours, Neil. You better slow down or you won't be able to breathe," I joked. "Why don't you take a sip of your wine?" I ate my second bite. Something was off. I chewed slowly, fully analyzing the flavors on my tongue. My eyes widened as I realized that the meat tasted how it usually did when we got the vegan alternative. But I should have been eating the real steak version. I must have accidentally switched the 2 meals in my haste. Neil was eating real steak. I looked across the table after I realized. I wanted to tell him my mistake, but something was off about Neil. I could tell something in him had changed. He started acting weird. He was slurping his food down like he hadn't eaten in ages. He had forgone utensils altogether, shoveling meat and noodles into his mouth with his bare hands. He was making a mess. All the while he was making these weird noises. He was moaning and groaning with ecstasy, sounding relieved. About what? I had no clue. "Neil?" He finished his plate at that point, throwing it behind him when finished. The plate shattered to bits as it crashed on the floor behind him. Neil then looked across the table to see my full plate. More. He growled like an animal as he grabbed my food. He brought his face down to the plate and began eating as if he were a pig eating out of a trough. I stared in shock and awe as Neil continued to behave erratically. I'd never seen him act like that before. It was pretty unsettling. When he was done my portion of food, Neil looked around as if he was in search of thirds. He didn't find any more steak lo mein, but he did find me. As Neil looked into my eyes, I could see this primal hunger in them. He took a menacing step closer to me. Neil, cut it out. You're scaring me!" "Meat," he mumbled under his breath, leaping towards me. I shrieked and moved out of the way. Neil quickly regained his balance and stared at me. His eyes, they were black and beady. Sensing he was going to try to attack me again, I darted for safety in the kitchen. Neil chased after me. In an attempt to buy myself some time, I threw the remaining Chinese food behind me. Neil seemed to take the bait. He stopped chasing me and instead got on his hands and knees, licking the leftover food off the kitchen floor. A wave of nausea passed over me as I stood there in a trance, horrified as I watched the man I loved acting crazy. I didn't understand what had happened to my kind. Sweet Neil. All that was left of him was this creature, this monster. I was beginning to understand why Neil was a hardcore vegan. Something then started happening to Neil's body. It was small at first, barely noticeable, but that quickly changed. Neil's nails grew longer, sharper, darker. He started gaining mass as these large protrusions pushed up from underneath his shirt. Shiny patches of scales started growing on Neil's skin. I booked it out of the kitchen, through the living room, and out the front door. I was about to get in my car when Neil suddenly pounced on me from behind with supernatural speed and strength. Using his sharpened nail, he cut the back of my knee, causing me to fall to the ground. Neil then dragged me back into the cabin, all with a sadistic smile on his face as he licked his lips in anticipation. His face had become semi-human. The other half looked distorted, like something out of his paintings. I screamed and yelled for help, a fruitless effort since we lived in the middle of a mountain. I kicked, wiggled, and grabbed onto anything I could. "Please," I cried. "Why are you doing this to me? I thought you loved me." "I never loved you," Neil hissed, a seething hatred burning in his eyes. I stopped squirming as my heart fell into my stomach. What? More of the Neil I knew kept slipping away by the second. "Don't you get it?" Neil leaned down, dragging a sharp claw against the skin on my cheek, drawing thick rivulets of blood. He licked my blood off of his nail, savoring the metallic taste. "We were never partners. You were just my pet." "Neil, stop. This isn't you," I had said, trying to free myself from his increasingly tight grasp. If he kept going, he'd break a bone. "Yes, it is. It's who I've always been." Neil brought his disfigured face to my ear and eerily whispered, "I was stalking you on the mountain that day." "No," I'd gasped. "Yes," Neil confirmed. "I wanted to eat you so badly. I needed to eat you. Then, I took pity on you and decided to keep you around. My little pet." Hot tears stung my eyes. I needed to get out of there. Neil then licked my ear before biting down hard on it with his fangs. In a panicked daze, I shoulder-checked him and got to my feet as fast as I could. What was left of my ear burned like hell. I coupled my hand over the bleeding appendage and made a dash for the backyard. Neil chased after me, my blood and flesh dripping down his chin. I stumbled out of the back door, past the flower petals and candles. As Neil followed, he didn't even seem to notice my romantic display. Why would he? He was too busy trying to eat me. In my hurry, I slipped on a stray rose petal. I crashed to the ground, dislocating my shoulder, flipping on my back to get a visual on Neil. I found he was carefully stalking up to me, reveling in the hunt, about to go in for the kill. At my wit's end, I looked around for something, anything, to use to defend myself. My eyes landed on a candle. Something in my gut told me to go for it. I grabbed the hot glass and held it out in front of me. "Stay back." In response, Neil backed away, almost cowering. "Stay the fuck back," I yelled again, louder this time, throwing the candle at him. He yelped and dodged. The unfamiliar expression of fear filled Neil's face, when only a moment ago he seemed invincible. Then I realized, loud noise and the flames spooked him. God damn, how could I have been so stupid? Nian. A mix of adrenaline, fear, and anger allowed me to pick myself up off the ground. I looked around the back patio. An idea formed in my head as I saw all the candles I'd laid out. I grabbed 2 candles, then ran to the heart made of white roses. I tipped the candle's flames toward the flammable petals that composed the heart. In an instant, it was a burning blaze. Neil backed down as he stared at the flames. He roared threateningly as he continued to move away, giving me enough distance to flee. But as soon as it started, the fire stopped. The intense heat of the flames melting the flowers in mere seconds. My great distraction fizzled out into nothing but a thick, white smoke. With the perceived threat gone, Neil regained his courage. He lunged. I barely managed to hold my hands up defensively. "Down, Nian, down," a deep male voice shouted suddenly. Neil's body ragdolled and he fell on the patio in front of me. He'd gone from 100 to 0 in an instant. Somehow, he'd passed out. There was a strange older man standing outside the back door. His white hair was long and wispy, with a beard to match. He wore cargo shorts and a grey hoodie. He looked menacing and welcoming at the same time, giving off this immense aura. I stared at him in fear and confusion. "Relax, my child," the man started, taking a step closer to me. "I'm here to help." Nien, was I could muster, looking at Neil's limp body. "Yes, that's correct." He spoke. I remembered hearing or reading about a deity when I learned about the Nian's existence. This deity was the one who taught the townsfolk how to scare away the creature when it came down the mountain to feed every year. That's why Chinese New Year is filled with red, fireworks, masks, and everything that scared the giant creature away. Could this be him? As if he read my mind, the man spoke. Yes, I gaped in awe. First I was about to propose to the Nian, and then I was in the presence of an actual god. You see, long ago, after I helped those townspeople, the Nian came to me. He was miserable, alone and starving up on that mountaintop. He begged me to make him human so he wouldn't be alone. The deity explained. I granted his wishes, on the condition that he gave up eating meat forever. If he faltered and gave in to his primal desires, he'd instantly transform back into his original form, banned from seeing the humans ever again. My broken form stood there shocked at what I was hearing. Well, I best be off then. I'll be taking the Nian with me. It's my fault.
I stuttered out.
Stopping the god from his departure. It was an accident. I switched our meals. The deity looked at Neil, then back to me. Is that so? Yes, don't punish him. Please, it wasn't his fault. He attacked and tried to kill you, yet you still defend him. He noted. Why? Because I love him, I answered truthfully. The godly man took a second to mull everything over. Very well then, I'll give him another chance. But he's going back to China, and you will never be able to see him again. Do you understand? The events of the last 15 minutes flashed in my head. Neil's bitter words echoed against my skull. Don't have to tell me twice. The god snapped his fingers. Neil returned to his human state and began to stir. I'll give you 2 minutes to say your goodbyes. I nodded my head firmly and prepared myself. I hadn't planned for the night to end like this. For us to end like this. Oh my God, Neil muttered as he got up and looked at me and the mess surrounding us. Mikhail. I chuckled ruefully, grabbing the ring box out of my pocket with my good arm, chucking it at Neil. The lid popped open, revealing the diamond ring inside. What a night. I'm so sorry, was all he could say as he stared at the gorgeous ring I'd picked out for him. He looked behind him and found the deity watching us. Neil turned back to me. All those things, horrible, terrible things, I said. I don't know what to say. What can I do to make it up to you? You can't, I answered, my lips trembling. I can't. We're over. Michelle, I need you to know, I really do love you. I always have and I always will. You have to know that before you go. A tear slipped down my cheek. Goodbye, Neil. He bowed his head down in acceptance. See you Monday. It's time to go, the deity said. Neil and him then disappeared in a flash. The only thing left behind was my empty ring box. I moved out of Colorado shortly after, quit my job, sold the cabin, and swore off dating for a while. After taking some time to heal and process, I got another, better, marketing job after I moved across the country to Orlando, Florida. I needed to get far away from the Rockies. I'm in a great spot, really. Smack dab in the middle of the city, right by Disney. Every night I'm comforted by the fireworks show they have every night. I can't sleep without those thundering loud booms now. So yeah, That's why I don't trust vegans. There's always going to be that possibility that one day they'll transform into a mythological creature and try to eat me. It's crazy what some people will put up with for a little bit of money. Desperate times, I suppose. Well, I am one of those desperate people. Desperation to get my daughter a life-saving medical treatment is what drove me to where I am now. That same desperation has led to daily fear of what might happen next to Danny and I, now that it's over. I had no choice. I needed money right away. I couldn't qualify for a loan, and the damn insurance company said the treatment was not authorized under our policy. My work was barely paying over minimum wage, and I still needed almost $5,000. The only way this would work is if I got another job working graveyard somewhere else, at least until I could save enough to get her the treatment. Danny was all I had left. I already lost her mother a year ago in that car crash. I couldn't lose her too. I looked high and low. I combed the classifieds and drove around desperately searching for a job that could pay what I needed and have an available night shift as well. The prospect seemed hopeless, but I had to find something soon. The town we lived in was small, and the prospect seemed bleak. That was when, in a streak of what felt like luck at the time, I inquired about a job at a small grocery store about a mile away from where we live. It was called She's Nighttime Convenience and Grocery. It was an odd little store that was closed during the day and seemed to open at around 8 p.m. and close sometime before morning. The weird hours seemed off, and I didn't know who would want to shop at a store that was only open in the middle of the night when there were 24-hour chains elsewhere. Though it did not really matter. It was a store. I needed a job, and the unique hours in this case would work for the schedule I needed. I decided to try and apply for a job there. I was on my way home after finishing a shift at my day job. My friend Kathy was nice enough to watch Danny while I was working, and had even agreed to do so if I found a graveyard shift somewhere else as well, at least for a month or two if needed. Since I had seen the odd shop and saw the hours, I decided to inquire about a job at the lonesome and odd little store that seemed to only be open at night. I was reluctant at first, since I thought they might have some illicit reasons to only be open at such hours. Despite my misgivings, I realized it was the best hope I had of getting a job with my minimal skill set, and that was a guaranteed graveyard shift. I got out of my car and walked up to the entrance. The place was pretty run down, but seemed to still have signage up and around the front. There were sale signs and clearance items advertised, and the somewhat normal facade of a grocery store made me relax and continue with my intended course. I noticed up close there was a mark under the first part of the store name. It looked like Japanese kanji or something, see? I stepped inside, and it seemed deceptively large compared to how small it looked on the outside. There were aisles of various groceries and other household supplies, and even some clothes racks. I had no idea how it was this large an operation. Most of the shoppers seemed fairly normal at first, though there were some people who you could tell preferred to do their shopping at night. I tried not to stare as I received a rather murderous-looking glare from one such individual who I must have let my eyes linger on too long. The staff also looked about the same as any other store's staff would look, fairly diverse and no one with an overly cheery or overly sullen mood about them. I did notice there was not a lot of talking near the checkouts. Moving on, I looked near the front, intent on finding a manager's office to inquire at. I felt hopeful when I saw a sign that I thought read, "Help Wanted." I felt a bit confused and less optimistic when I read the full content of the rather strange sign stating, "Help Wanted, but not always needed." I was not sure how to take that, so I decided to look for someone to ask. As I approached the back office and went to knock on the door, I was interrupted by a large man with a blue store apron and a name badge indicating he was Store Manager Benny. The large man welcomed me with a pleasant, though slightly forced, "Hello, can I help you find something today?" I was distracted by the almost pained expression on his face, like his smile would eventually shatter the muscles in his face if he kept it on for a moment longer. Brushing past the distraction, I remembered why I was there. Yes, I was actually looking to apply for a job here. I stated my earnest intent while gesturing to the help sign near the door. Benny stopped smiling and looked at the sign, and then looked as if he was about to say something when he held up a finger and pulled out a radio from his pocket. "Molly, what is the bagger situation today? How are we holding up staff-wise?" There was no immediate response. He smiled again in that disturbing way while he drummed his fingers along his tie as he awaited a response. His face wrinkled and then he stated, "I am sorry, I think we might be full at the moment, but thanks for your interest." He was about to usher me away when his radio barked to life and I heard a static, laden voice on the line. I couldn't hear everything, but it sounded strange, and I thought I heard something like, "Rob, caught, problem, and bagger got bagged." I didn't know what to make of the weird bits I heard, but before I could think twice about it, I heard Benny mumble, "All right, but next time answer faster. It could have been a code black, and if you mess around with those customers, it is your ass next." I was still standing there in awkward silence when he wheeled around and his frustrated veneer vanished, and he was back to the awful fake smile as he loudly proclaimed, "Congratulations. There is an opening available now. Let's get you set up. Can you start tonight?" "Right now, as in tonight?" I asked, thoroughly surprised they would want me to start immediately and without any application or vetting process to speak of. "Yes, right now. Don't worry, we can sort out all the legal stuff later, but for tonight we are actually a bit busier than normal and we could use the help. First though, let's talk terms and some mandatory paperwork." I was not sure what he meant, but I figured it might mean a salary negotiation. "Sure. What is the pay and benefits?" I knew it was a little tacky to ask up front, but I needed that money badly, and Danny couldn't afford for me to get taken for a ride by someone lowballing my wages. $45 an hour is the pay for baggers, which is what we normally start people as. I almost gasped aloud. That was crazy for a grocery store bag boy. My surprise was apparent, and Benny held up a hand and cut off my next question, stating, "We value hard work and integrity here and just a wee bit of discretion." He laughed aloud and slapped his knee. "But in all seriousness, there is a non-disclosure agreement we do need you to sign with the paperwork." He grinned again, and I thought the discretion bit, an NDA, was weird. But that was double what I was making at my day job, so I was overjoyed at the prospect. He continued, "Health coverage and dental are fully covered, but no life insurance. Those policies always have some trouble for some reason." His grin widened as he said the last part, and it looked even more fake than before. Despite some disturbing implications, I could scarcely hear the alarm bells in my head over my future payday. I had found a miracle. I would be able to get enough money in about a month working here and my day job. I would be able to get Danny that treatment. I didn't need to be asked twice. I readily agreed to the offer. "Very good decision. Welcome to the Scher family. Ed, get out here and get our new hire an apron and a tag and start with the simple version of the bagger training." An unpleasant-looking older man emerged from the back room and was holding an apron and moving with an odd gait that might have indicated some previous injury or the like. I forced a smile and introduced myself, but the man, Ed as I heard his name, did not reciprocate. He looked me up and down and snorted derisively in a way that was hard not to take offense to. I let it go and waited for him to say something, just before opening my mouth to ask when the training started. He cut me off and humorlessly asked, "You know baggin', fella?" "Baggin'? Like bagging groceries?" I tried to clarify. He glared at me and just nodded his head. "Well, yeah. I mean, I have a general idea. I never worked at a grocery store before, but I think I know how things should be bagged, generally speaking." He paused an uncomfortably long time, and I was about to try and speak again when he snorted and gave a rather unpleasant throaty laugh that ended in a dry coughing fit. After he finished, he said, "Not like this, I'm guessing you don't. All right then, come on. I will show you how we do the baggin' and also the other rules. Reckon you better listen close. I ain't for repeating myself." I nodded my head, and we started towards the back room when I heard the radio on, his belt come to life, and a very nervous-sounding voice on the other line say, "Code black. Repeat code black." Ed's face wrinkled in a way that somehow made him look even more annoyed than usual. God damn it all. More of them fellas already. He turned and left, angrily shouting some imperceptible grunts and complaints into the walkie, and left me near the back room dumbstruck and not sure of what to do next. What was a code black? Why was everyone afraid of them? I was about to go look for someone when I felt a hand on my shoulder and I wheeled around to see a woman. The tag on her shirt read, "Assistant Manager Molly." She smiled at me, and it did seem more genuine than some of the others here. "I'm sorry we have not met. You must be the new hire. I'm Molly, the AM here. I can help you with training and orientation. You can be a great asset here at She's." She held a hand toward the backroom doors and ushered me toward them. We moved into the backroom halls, and as I looked around, I saw several doors that looked like ice boxes. I figured they must store a lot of products to need that many freezers scattered about. Visible near the freezers' doors were shelves of other inventory. There were rows of boxes and pallets of strange things like chemicals, metalworking gear, various pieces of hardware, and crates that had gun manufacturers' names on them. I was wondering again just what kind of store this really was. Besides the odd inventory, it was also kind of a mess, and I was glad I wouldn't be the one having to sort all of it. We made our way to an office room with oppressively bright blue painted walls. Like a kindergarten classroom, the sight reminded me of when Danny was in kindergarten, and I steeled my resolve against any difficulty this job might have. I needed to do this for her. The office was sparse. There was only a desk, some chairs and a file cabinet. I did notice on the walls, painted on the bright blue, were some black characters that almost looked like calligraphy. More of those kanji were on the wall, and again I wondered what they meant.
Before I could guess, Molly was motioning to me.
She gestured for me to sit down at one of the only two chairs, in this case the one facing the desk. I sat down and she sat opposite me. She looked over a few pieces of paper she had on a clipboard, and then smiled, turned around and started rummaging through a file cabinet. As I was waiting, a sudden shriek was heard outside, and I looked to the door and suppressed a gasp. Molly didn't react and kept looking for something. I thought maybe she hadn't heard it, and I was about to say something when she wheeled around with a large binder in hand and dropped it onto the desk with a loud crash. "Before training starts, please fill out this form for your safety and ours." She handed me a piece of paper that, when reading the details, seemed to be the non-disclosure agreement Benny had mentioned. I thought it was odd I had to sign this, but other hiring documents like tax, payroll, and healthcare paperwork were not required before starting. I considered they might be paying people under the table, which I hated to admit I might prefer, since no tax deduction meant I could save money faster. I signed all too quickly without realizing what I was agreeing to keep quiet and what the consequences imposed were if I didn't. Molly took the paper, looked it over and said, "Good, that is settled. Well, let's get started. This is the employee handbook. We only have one, so you are going to be doing some light reading for a bit, because we need the manpower now, though. I will go through it with you quickly, since Ed was indisposed." She grimaced when she said the last word and looked at her watch, and then adjusted a dial on her walkie-talkie. She looked back at me and resumed, "As a bagger, you are vital in ensuring customers leave satisfied with their product, and you are one of the last people they will see on the way out, except in certain circumstances." She cleared her throat loudly in time to some muffled noise I thought I heard somewhere else in the back room. Basic rules and code of conduct are as follows. You are to bag products to the customer's satisfaction. The first thing you are to ask customers is what type of bags they want. Whatever they say goes as far as how to bag things and with what bags. You are not to ask about or discuss the purchases of the customers, no matter how curious you are or how talkative they might be. No questions. Period. Understood. She slammed her fist on the binder, and I jumped back startled as she looked at me. I stammered out a quick acknowledgement. Yes, understood. Good, she said, and continued with the list. No assistance may be provided to customers for loading or unloading things from their vehicles. If a customer requests help to their vehicle, do not under any circumstances assist or leave the building with them or any customer at any time, regardless of the story they give you as to why they need help. It is our policy and they know this. If requests persist, or you are feeling intimidated or threatened, you are to press the yellow button at the end of each checkout by the bagging station. A security personnel will escort the offending customer to aisle 4 for processing and detainment. Wait, detainment? They don't just kick them out. I thought that was weird. She continued with the next rule before I could ask about it. The most important rule: occasionally there will be a special bag request. You will know it when you hear it. If ordered, press the black button by the end of the checkout and proceed with code black protocol. These guests are normally our highest paying customers and often are here at the pleasure of Mr. Shah himself. They must be attended as quickly as possible. There it was. Code black again. What special bag was she talking about? Ignoring the look of concern spreading over my face, she continued. Cell phones, smart watches, or quite literally anything that could be used as a recording device are strictly prohibited while on duty, both for our customers' sake and for our own. Store closes at 4 a.m. exactly. Any customers who remain will be escorted out. Only exception being any customers who are involved in a code black. No access is allowed to the basement and inventory back rooms. Only managers and stock employees allowed. Simple, right? Any questions? She asked, while flashing another smile. Well, I did have a few questions about the... She cut me off mid-sentence, talking over me and saying, "Good. I knew you looked like a fast learner. Come on, let's get you out to the check stands and bagging." She grabbed my shoulder surprisingly hard and pulled me out of the office and back into the store proper. I saw a few customers look at me getting pulled along, and I saw some snickers, and I felt a bit embarrassed. I was led to a checkout with a flickering 3 next to it. The other 2 were busy with customers waiting in line to be helped by a cashier and bagger a few feet away from where I would be standing. We stopped, and Molly cleared her throat loudly to get the attention of a young man with dirty blonde hair and a rather unimpressed expression on his face. "Hello, Lee. This is our new bagger. Show him the ropes and try to be easy on him. It's his first day. I know it's busy, but we don't need another Rob situation so soon. Have fun, you two." She walked away without another word to the back room, and I was left there with Lee, as I heard his name was staring at me. I tried to break the ice. "Hi, my name is..." "Save it," he responded abruptly. "I don't want to get attached, just in case. I liked Rob, he was my friend, and now it's best not to talk about what happened to him. Just do your job and follow the rules and you should be fine." I didn't know how to respond to the blunt introduction, but I figured he seemed nicer than that Ed guy, so I just walked up to the bagging station and gave him a mock salute and tried to put a smile on my face. It was going to be a long night. The first customer came through, and Lee wordlessly scanned their items. I proceeded to grab a few nearby bags when I felt a sharp kick in my leg. Lee was glaring at me like I had just slapped his mother. "What?" I thought I was supposed to. Then I looked at the customer who was frowning at me, and I remembered. "Hello, what type of bag would you like?" The customer, an older woman, sneered at me and finally accepted the question and said flatly, "Paper, please," and did her best to pretend I didn't exist while I was bagging her items, mostly groceries, produce, meat and dairy. There were a few odd pieces, like a set of kitchen knives and what looked like boxes of some sort of firearm ammunition. I was about to ask about them when I remembered the rules. I tried to ignore it and just carry on. She left wordlessly and more customers piled into our line. As the night went on, I started to see less normal items and more disturbing things. One customer had bought zip ties, large volumes of what looked like medical-grade sedatives, and several bags of candy. Another bought an ungodly amount of various weapons ammunition and several large fruits like watermelon and honeydew. I thought he might be just shooting some fruit for target practice until I saw what appeared to be a Kevlar vest and an uncomfortable amount of alcohol. After a dounce in very disturbing customers came through, I finally found someone who seemed a bit friendly. She was a kindly old woman who seemed to enjoy speaking to me, and by all accounts was very nice. It was a much-needed reprieve, and I actually enjoyed talking with her. Her name was Marge, and she was just buying some baking supplies. Eggs, butter, flour, spices, all pretty normal things. "You simply must try my raspberry tart, it is divine. I will bring some by next time." Or better yet, I think I still have some in my car. Won't you be a doll and help an old woman with her groceries? I was about to accept when I saw Lee's face go blank and he just shook his head. I looked back at Marge and she had a wide grin on her face, and I looked down at the second half of her groceries yet to be bagged. There were containers of various chemicals, including rat poison, bleach and ammonia. I tried to speak, but I frowncy and she asked again. Come on, dearie. My hip is in bad shape after my fall. It will only be a moment, and you can have a treat and a nice tip as well. Her grin shifted in a way that made me very uncomfortable, and I struggled to speak, but finally blurted out, "No thank you, ma'am. Store policy. We are not to escort customers out of the store under any conditions." The knocking started about a week ago. I had fallen asleep on the couch again, and it was so loud that I yelped as I jolted awake. I was disoriented, of course, caught off guard by both the rude awakening and the awkward position in which I had passed out. I started to stumble to the front door, both eyes still half closed, when the unusual hour registered to me. Who the hell would be at my door at this hour? I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and made my way to the vestibule. The small panes of frosted glass framing the front door usually let me know what to expect in terms of visitors, but I couldn't make anything out through the darkness. Whoever was there hadn't set off the motion sensor light, nor had they knocked again. I was only a moment away from dismissing it as a fabrication of my dreaming mind when the knocking came again. It was loud and insistent, but it wasn't coming from the front door. The sound echoed through the house from the rear, the back door. That was even weirder. I couldn't tell if they'd started at the front and moved around the house, or if I'd been too surprised to note the direction of the sound when I awoke. Either way, it had definitely freaked me out. I was glad I had had the foresight to draw the sitting room's blinds before I fell asleep. I didn't like the idea that whoever was knocking might have been able to spy me sleeping through the window. I made my way as silently as I could down the hall and into the kitchen, where I paused for a moment. The back door, which opened into my small backyard, was in the adjacent laundry room. My heart raced slightly, and my breaths were just a touch quicker than was comfortable. I couldn't deny that I was spooked. I tried to rationalize why someone might be knocking at my back door so late at night. I lived alone and didn't have family in town. None of my friends tended toward mischievousness, or I might have suspected a prank. I didn't know my neighbors. In my wildest anxieties, I could picture the cops showing up at my door to arrest me for some infraction I hadn't realized I'd committed. But surely they would come to the front door like any other polite visitor. All I could think was that it was some trick, a scam, a way to get me to open the door so I could be held at knife point and robbed. I crept towards the back door, trying to get as good a view as possible without exposing myself to the large window that made up most of the door's upper third. It was no use. Whoever was there, I couldn't see them. Just like in the front, the motion sensor lights hadn't activated. I took another heartbeat or two to muster my courage and then stepped right up to back door. I could see, my eyes having adjusted by now to the darkness, that no one was there. The window revealed only the small, disheveled yard. Though it was in need of some minor groundskeeping, it harbored no uninvited guests. The knocks that came then made me jump nearly out of my skin. I barely avoided pissing myself. They hadn't come from the back door or the front. I could tell now, from where I was standing, that they came from the basement door. It was set into the wall on the far side of the kitchen, just a short distance away from where I stood. Someone was in my basement, knocking on the door. That door doesn't lock, and there was no other way into the basement. Whoever was down there was already in my house. They must have broken in earlier and then waited. It felt like some kind of sick game. My blood frowncy. All I could hear was the echo of the knocks, reverberating through my skull. I silently thanked God that I had fallen asleep on the couch, still fully clothed. With my phone in my pocket, I wasted no time calling the police. The dispatcher had me make my way back to the front and outside, so I could meet the police as they arrived. The entire time I was on the line, only a handful of minutes, I was terrified that some axe-wielding maniac was going to come bursting through the door and disembowel me. What actually happened was almost worse. The cops found nothing, no signs of forced entry, nobody in the basement, no indication that what I had experienced had happened at all, other than my obvious cowering. The cops were sympathetic, if a little frustrated. They suggested that I had had a bad dream. If it happened again, they said, more condescendingly than I appreciated, I was welcome to call again. It did happen again, the following night. It had been a long day at work and I was tired. My boss had been sympathetic, at least, but it was obvious I was preoccupied and unfocused. She sent me home early that day. I crawled into bed only after I'd checked all the locks, all the possible points of egress into my home, and then checked again to make sure they were secure. I even forced myself to head down into the basement, just to prove to myself that no one was hiding down there. The basement is small, one room, and mostly a featureless one at that. No windows, just a couple of shelves and the half a dozen or so boxes that I still hadn't gotten around to unpacking. I even opened up the boxes, just to make sure the only things inside them were knickknacks and assorted junk. When I was satisfied with my search, I breathed a small sigh of relief. Not a psycho killer to be found. Despite that, I was uneasy still. There wasn't anything I could put my finger on, just a sense that I wasn't welcome. I suppose it's not uncommon to be afraid of basements, but I hadn't ever felt like this before. I used to think it was juvenile. As I said, the knocking returned that night. I woke up much more composed than I had the night before. My phone and a mid-sized knife I had brought up from the kitchen lay in easy reach. Again, I called the police, and again they found nothing. I was left with the distinct impression that they would not welcome a third call. The knocking returned the following night, and the night after. I didn't call the police, and I didn't get out of bed. I just laid there and listened to it, timed the knocks. The earliest it started was 1:23 a.m., and the latest it ended was 4:11 a.m. Each set of knocks came sporadically, sometimes only 2 minutes between knocks, and sometimes as long as half an hour. If there was any kind of pattern to it, it eluded me. I changed tactics the following night. I needed to know that I wasn't imaging things. I asked a drinking buddy of mine, Connor, if he wouldn't mind staying over at my place just for the one night. I told him what had been happening. I think he thought I was being silly, but he agreed. I had tried to communicate its importance without sounding desperate, or like I was losing my mind, but I doubt I succeeded. He showed up at my place just after sundown. I supplied pizza and beer, my part of the deal in disrupting his schedule. So, what exactly am I here for? Man, he asked as we ate, you think there's someone hiding in your basement? I let out a heavy sigh. I don't know. I keep hearing someone knock and it's freaking me out. Honestly, I just hope it happens again while you're here, so I can prove to myself that I'm not completely insane. He laughed at that. I think you're past the point of insanity. Bud, I smiled, but I was nervous that nothing would happen, that him being there would prove nothing. He slept on the couch that night, at my request. It was closer to the basement door, and I wanted to make sure he could hear the knocks. When they resounded through my home that night, as aggressive and insistent as ever, I leapt from my bed and rushed downstairs, nearly tripping over myself in the process. I was stunned to find Connor sleeping peacefully on couch, blissfully unaware. Wake up, I was nearly shouting as I shook his shoulders. His eyes snapped open and his face twisted with shock. What? Jesus Christ. Man, you scared me. He Saturday up and shook his head a little, evidently trying to recover from the heart attack I'd almost given him. Did you hear it? I could tell from the look on his face that he hadn't. I felt wild, coursing with adrenaline. It's fine. It always happens more than once. Connor was not happy about it, but we sat there on the couch, in near total silence, for 1 hour, and then another. His patience dwindled. Listen, he said, you know I work at 8 a.m. I can't stay up all night. I'm sorry, but I didn't hear anything. His voice was calm, but the effort involved in maintaining it that way was palpable. I left him, both of us frustrated, and returned to my bed. The knocks continued a short time later. He didn't mention them before he left in the morning. I was desperate. I felt hounded in my own home, like a rabbit cowering in its burrow as a wolf stalks outside. Except my wolf was inside my burrow. I could sense its presence in the air, dripping eager saliva, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I had to face it, to put a stop to it. I didn't know what else to do. The knocking and the attendant anxiety kept me up at night and ruined my days. I felt like a crazy person, fraught and irrational. I could stay in a hotel for a few nights or maybe couch surf for a while, but my savings would only last so long, and both of those solutions could only ever be temporary. I could move, sell my house and go elsewhere, but what if the knocking followed me? I didn't think I could take that. The next night, I camped outside the basement door, clutching the kitchen knife, waiting for the knocking to start. I didn't have to wait long. The second that first knock shook the door, I lunged for the knob and wrenched it open. The solitary knock echoed in my mind, but behind the door was only silence and darkness. I gazed down the basement stairs. I knew I would have to descend. I moved gingerly, knife and phone light held out in front of me, down the steps and into the small cement room. "Who are you?" I yelled, swinging the knife and the light around wildly, desperately trying to pin down my harasser. "Leave me alone!" The basement's grey walls seemed to drink in the sound of my shouting and gave nothing return. I stayed down there for what must have been an hour, heart pounding and blood rushing, slashing at shadows. Eventually, exhausted and as terrified as ever, I had to admit that there was nothing here. I'm losing my goddamn mind. I had taken one step up the stairs when my blood turned to ice. The basement door was closed. I was sure I had left it open when I came down. To mitigate the sense of claustrophobia, I ascended on tiptoe, forcing myself to take steady breaths. The knob didn't budge. The door wouldn't open. I couldn't understand why. There was no lock on this door, no latch, no other means of barring it shut. I thought, hoped even, for a moment, that perhaps something heavy had been placed in front of it, but I could see well enough through the door's undercut into the kitchen. I've tried to shoulder the door down. I've stabbed at it with the knife, tried to bash off the knob. Nothing has worked, not even a scratch on the white wood. I've tried the police again. My call wouldn't go through. I've tried texting Connor, my boss, anyone who might be able to help me, but they've all gone undelivered. It's been hours. All I can do now is pound on the basement door, scream for help, and hope somebody comes to let me out. I've written this as a last-ditch effort. I'm going to try and post it anywhere I can. My internet is barely functioning, not well enough for the messaging apps. My phone is at 6%. I don't have any food or water. If you can read this, please, let me out. Thank you for venturing into the darkness with us. If you dare to explore further, be sure to subscribe to our channel for more spine-tingling tales of horror and the supernatural. Remember, the shadows hold endless mysteries, waiting to be unveiled. Stay tuned for more bone-chilling stories as we continue to traverse the eerie depths of the unknown together. Until next time, may your dreams be free from the haunting echoes of our tales. Or perhaps not.